Antonio Milford, at Milford, for the transaction of criminal business is now open in session in this place. All persons having cause, action pending, summoned, are bound to appear herein, so I'll take due notice thereof and give their attention according to the law. And I'll Judge H. Gordon Hall presiding. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Marshal. Good morning, everyone.
Court is now in session. You may be seated.
Counsel, do we have anything we need to take up before we bring the jury?
Nothing from the state.
No, Your Honor.
And the state's prepared to go ahead?
Yes.
Okay, can we bring the jury? And can we stipulate that there are 6 jurors and 2 alternates here?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. Mr. Devlin?
Yes. Next state's witness is Inspector Mark Sinesi.
You please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or sign sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you should get concerned in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
May you please state your first and last name for the record?
Mark Sinesi,
May you please spell out your last name for the record?
Sinise,
May you please state your badge number and business address for the record?
3380 1996 Highland Avenue, Cheshire.
Thank you, sir.
Have a seat, sir. And pull up to the microphone so we can hear you.
Mr. Sinesi, what's your present occupation?
I'm a police inspector with the Division of Criminal Justice, currently assigned to the Office of Inspector General.
And how long have you been a police inspector with the Division of Criminal Justice?
Just shy of 6 years.
And prior to that, what sort of work did you do?
I was a police officer with the City of Stamford. My last tenure specializing in digital forensics.
And how long were you a police officer at Stanford?
Just shy of 22 years.
And in connection with your police training in Stanford, as well as your work as an inspector, have you had some work with respect to digital evidence, video evidence, things like that?
Yes, sir.
And have you received some specialized training from various organizations about that?
Yes, sir. I've specialized training from the FBI and the United States Secret Service, probably about 130 hours of video training.
Okay. And training in what sorts of areas?
Recovery of video evidence, I would say enhancement of video evidence and recovery of video evidence.
Okay. So in connection with this case involving that we're talking about here, happened in 2020. Were you aware of the fact that the Connecticut State Police, in their investigation, had obtained complete body-worn camera recordings from Trooper North, Trooper Jackson, Trooper First Class Dowling, Trooper First Class Richter, Sergeant Hennessy, and Sergeant Kyle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were those body-worn camera recordings fairly lengthy?
Yes.
Okay, maybe in excess of 45 minutes, an hour, even longer than that?
Yes.
And the mobile vehicle recorders, so-called dash cameras,
Yes.
Did the state police obtain dash cameras coverage from Mr. North, Trooper North's cruiser, Trooper Jackson's cruiser, and Trooper Dowling's cruiser?
Yes.
And again, were those lengthy sort of recordings?
Yes.
Maybe an hour or more sometimes?
Yes.
So in connection with this trial, did you prepare clips, that is shortened subsets of these various recordings that contain the relevant portions of these various body-worn camera and motor vehicle camera recordings that I just mentioned?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I think those are in Exhibit 47. Add that down, 47, please. Seven. So in connection with this case, are you generally familiar with the chain of events that occurred with respect to this matter?
I do.
Starting at exit 43 off I-95 northbound, there was a pursuit that ended at the exit ramp there and Campbell Avenue that turns under the highway.
Yes.
At the conclusion of the pursuit, Trooper Jackson's vehicle was positioned near this white Hyundai that was the subject of the pursuit.
Yes.
And Trooper North's vehicle was sort of angled in front of it.
Yes.
And Trooper Donnelly's vehicle was behind the white Hyundai.
Yes.
At some point, West Haven PD police officers arrived.
Yes.
And so the Hyundai was surrounded by police cars and a civilian vehicle.
Yes.
And our officers were around it as well, correct?
Yes.
So let me do this first. The jury's already heard a couple of broadcasts from the radio transmissions. And so those are the evidence. I'd like to just play some of the ones that the jury hasn't heard already, and then we can play some of these clips that you prepared. So, Attorney Slick, could you please play call ID ending in 695?
And this would be from Exhibit 7?
Exhibit 7, yes, sir.
Which is a full exhibit. And these that you're going to do now, these will all be from Exhibit 7?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Probably 8 or 9 of them, yes. They're all short. Yes. Actually 703, not 6. They heard 695, right? 703.
Buttons are right. You're gonna get another pump, right? Right, 1423, copy that? Right. Like normal breaking it off. But be advised, one of them's armed with a knife. One of the threat, one off. One of the drugs, disregard, break it off.
Copy. Breaking off.
Okay. At the end of that? Yeah. Okay, that's the Norwalk Police Department breaking off their pursuit of this vehicle as it moved down Route 7, correct?
Right.
All right. So can we please go to, and ultimately, the state police re-engaged pursuit, correct?
Yes.
All right, so let's go to number 4770, please.
Police switchboard, is that
Hey, it's Norwalk. Are you guys still in pursuit of that vehicle?
we got it on the camera, we're not actively pursuing it.
Okay, just on the camera?
Yeah.
But someone, I don't know, one of the officers overheard your radios and thought you guys might be in pursuit.
Yeah, no, we're still putting it up. We got to try and get somebody to catch up. We're not actively chasing it.
Okay.
All right.
We already have answers and everything about file 1, so
Sounds good.
we're just trying to figure out this cluster. So if you guys have anything further, just,
You got it.
undo.
Not a problem.
Thanks.
Please place 775.
450, you mean I?
37 miles an hour.
And do you know who the speaker was on that last one?
I'm not sure who the speaker was on that one.
778.
Floodplain off the 38, 100 miles an hour. Traffic medium.
781.
We're in the right shoulder, 8 miles an hour, off the 39.
Roger. 443, got it.
Go ahead and push there by the dog. left lane coming to 39 Alpha, 100 miles an hour. That's 40. Has to be 39 feet, 9 miles an hour. 450, I'll leave over again. You got it.
One plane, after 40, P-80. You know, I play my cruiser and cut off that.
Okay, turn well, that's 40 with my 97 all the rating.
Okay, 790, please.
Back in the left lane, passing the rest area, 100.
794, please, thank you.
Left lane, passing 41.
41 minutes.
Seven 797.
Right lane, on 42.
42.
We're back in the left lane. That's on right lane, speed is 70.
Okay, 806, this is a transmission at 5:04 p.m. 806.
Center lane, on 43.
43.
Scaling all things at 43.
Off at 43, back up.
So 5:04, the white Hyundai had exited off exit 43. Is that what that transmission says?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And at 5:04, could you please wait 811? Because we-
Waiting left off 43.
Okay, the next one is 816.
At 8:14.
Oh, 814, that's what I asked for, yes, thank you.
457.
That was 450 status, that's what we requested.
Yeah, dispatch was asking for status.
And 450 is Trooper North's badge number?
Yes.
Okay. And then at 5:06, there was a transmission, 816, please.
Fire, top tire. Very much. That's quiet, Roger. All guys okay?
So at 5:04, the transmission says the white car is bailing off exit 43, and at 5:06, there's a transmission, Troop G, shots fired.
Yes.
2 minutes.
Yes.
And could you please also, we heard Lieutenant Humes, go to, this is approximately maybe 20 minutes later, transmission 871.
The shooting, was it a trooper that fired? No, it sounds like it was was the trooper that fired and the suspect was struck. Was a trooper that fired? Yeah. Okay. Just happening. Okay. Yeah, just be careful what you pass on because we're not getting this from the supervisor. Gotcha. Okay? One of us here is got a call, but I'll believe it. It's still not sure. Yeah, we believe it was one of our guys that shot. I believe it was. Okay, yeah, it was 450. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Okay.
So as you indicated to the jury, you also prepared some clips of these various body-worn cameras and mobile video recorders, correct?
Yes.
So let's play Trooper Jackson's one we have designated BWC1.
And what exhibit is
I'm
that?
sorry, Your Honor, excuse me. This is exhibit.
Is that 47?
47, yes. Thank you.
And that's offered?
It's been already admitted as a full exhibit, yes.
Okay.
Passing 45. Trooper 1422 just under the call from PD. The officers that are investigating are stating that this is now a carjacking incident. Just use caution. The individual did have a
Okay, please play Trooper Jackson's body-worn camera designated BWC2.
After 43.
Okay, could you please play Trooper Jackson, that yellow object that he had in his hand during that video was his taser, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Play Trooper Jackson's mobile vehicle recorder. Just stop for a moment, Teresa. This is him traveling northbound on I-95 in this pursuit, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, please play it. Just stop for 1 second, please. For the most part, is it true that while body-worn cameras capture sound, these NVRs do not?
They do pick up a little sound. It depends on the various models.
Okay, but less than the body-worn cameras?
In this instance, yes.
Okay, please play. Stop it, please. Is that Trooper North's police car with the lights flashing in front?
Yes.
And to the right is the Hyundai that was subject of the pursuit?
Yes.
Stop it, please. So in that, are the officers trying to just block in the car in that spot?
Yes.
Thank you. Stop it, please. So Trooper Jackson's positioned his car just to the left of the front driver's door of the Hyundai.
Yes.
Is that Trooper North's car that's pulled diagonally in front?
Yes.
Please play. Stop it, please. That's Trooper North by the driver's side window.
Yes, it is.
Play it. In a moment, you'll see that white car roll forward, correct?
Yes.
Okay, please play Trooper Darling's MDR. Stop it, please. Trooper Darling was the third police car in this pursuit, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Stop it, please. So directly in front is the Hyundai, correct?
Yes.
Immediate left, pretty much next to the driver's door, is Trooper Jackson's cruiser.
Yes.
To the right is a civilian's SUV,
Yes.
and diagonally in front of the Hyundai is Trooper North's police cruiser.
That's correct.
Right? Stop it, please. At that point, the doors are locked and the windows are up on the car, correct?
Yes.
Right, please. Stop it, please. Looks like a West Haven police officer is smashing the window out with some sort of object,
Yes.
right? Stop it. And that's North firing his weapon, correct?
Yes.
Play it, please. Please play Trooper Norris body worn camera, 1.
Back to 43.
Was a police car to the side of the Hyundai close enough that the driver's door was prevented from opening?
Yes.
Play. No, keep going. Go back about 30 seconds. So Mr. Soulemane was seated in the driver's seat of the car when Trooper North fired into the window.
Yes.
And it's hard to see in that video, but on closer look, was Mr. Soulemane holding something?
Yes.
What was that?
A knife.
And what orientation was he holding it?
It was up, facing up.
Okay, and can we play Trooper North's MVR? So that his police car remains sort of pointed at the green SUV and all these sort of shooting actions behind it, correct?
Yes,
It remains in that location?
yes.
Okay, thank you. So after the shooting happened, we were also able to get some recordings of some statements that were made by Trooper North and Trooper Jackson to various people on scene.
Yes.
And Your Honor, with respect to this next item, I would ask them to queue up North by one camera number 2. And I have a transcript of this very short clip that I'm going to offer as an aid to the jury. The clerk has already pre-marked it, number 162, instead of 162. Any objection to the transcript? I've shown Mr. Chandra.
One moment, Your Honor.
May I approach the clerk for just a moment?
Yep.
Copies for.
Thank you. Is that going to be on, how are you going to do that? On the screen or? Full exhibit 162.
Marshal, shoot his hands up, it's yours. Thank you. Okay, so let's go with the, this is Trooper North's body-worn camera, designated BWC 2. Okay, so it starts off, you all right, you good. Play it again from the beginning.
When we started doing a felony stop, he was like unconscious, it looked like. And then he came to when they broke the window. And then the first thing he did, reached in his pocket, pulled out a knife. Okay. And that's when I stood up in the shot.
So if we play the other side of that, so on these body-worn cameras, if two officers have body-worn cameras, they're both going to record the conversation, one from their camera and the other person their person's camera.
Yes.
Okay, so that was Trooper North's body-worn camera. Let's play Trooper Richter's body-worn camera, please.
Started doing a felony stop, he was like unconscious, it looked like. And then he came to when they broke the window. And then first thing he did, reached in his pocket, pulled out a knife. Okay. And that's when I was stood back there.
Okay, let's play Sergeant Hennessy's body-worn camera, please. Marshal, please collect this. Okay, this is
How's it going? Okay.
Stop it, please. So to the left there is Trooper North, correct?
Yes.
And to the right is Sergeant Thomas Kiley,
Yes.
and straight ahead is Trooper First Class Colin Richter.
Yes.
Please play it.
You want to give a quick synopsis of what happens when the losses are asking? Just at the end of the whole time? No, I mean, I saw most of the stuff up on the highlight. So, like the DA. We got here, basically, I guess Jack from me. Kind of like that box behind the other car that was just in the red lane. And Jackson kind of pulled up here. And I went around the front. We get out, we stop on his right side door. Jackson's on the other door, we look out, comes out. The guy's kind of like out of it, so there goes a pass out. And West Haven got here, they go to the passenger side here. And when I get to the
So Sergeant Hennessy obviously manually shut off the body-worn audio portion of the body-worn camera,
Yes.
and so that was not recorded at last part of what Trooper North said.
Right.
Okay. Please play Sergeant Hennessy's body-worn camera number 2.
There was that vehicle that was stopped in traffic, and he kind of came up behind him, so I boxed in between that car and by the sidewalk. And then you just kind of sitting there. So where's your car? My cruiser right here. This one here. I got out this side, you just kind of, stared up in space when I put Jake out of the car. I'm on the passenger side. My other John told him to get out of the car, and he wasn't doing anything. And then North got out, and just, basically car like this, he had to be less details out of the taser. He told you to give him the taser ready? Yeah, we both have vehicle cover, so when I switched left vehicle cover, I got vehicle cover. And the same PD grabbed my baton, broke the window, he wasn't coming out, he had a knife in his hand, I pulled the taser, and then it fires.
Jackson body-worn camera number 3. This is the other side of the different camera, same conversation.
There was that vehicle that was stopped in traffic, and he kind of came up behind him, so I boxed him in between that car and kind of the sidewalk. And then you just kind of, sitting there, not. Where's your car? My cruiser's right here. This one. Yeah. I got out this side, you just kind of, stared off in space, not doing anything. So I'm on the passenger side. My guy John told him to get out of the car, he wasn't doing anything. And then North got out and was, basically car like this. He had to be less lethal, so I went to taser. He told you to give him the taser ready? Yeah, we both have vehicle cover, so when I switched left vehicle cover, I got vehicle cover. And then West Haven PD grabbed my baton, broke the window. He wasn't coming out. He had a knife in his hand. I put the taser, and then North fires.
Okay, please play Sergeant Hennessy body-worn camera number 3. That was Sergeant Hennessy in that other last video, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
This is Mark Sinesi. And who's this?
That's my Jackson. You were involved in the DA too or not? I was initially, yeah. Initially, we're trying to box it in.
Just passenger side?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you injured?
I'm not.
Okay. And North's not injured from the DA?
I'm not sure who I'm yeah.
What's all this?
Yeah, he already said he was here.
I didn't know.
Right.
And you did not fire your gun?
I fired my taser.
Just the taser? Do you know if you fired it before or after the
Or both that vehicle cover, I switched to less lethal, and I fired the taser, and I showed I fired the fire.
Okay. And North's already out of here?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, please play Jackson's body-worn camera number 4.
This is Mark Sinesi. And who's this?
That's my Jackson.
You were involved in the DA too or not?
I was their initial DA. We're trying to box him in.
So just straight ahead is Sergeant Kiley, correct?
Yes.
And to the right is Sergeant Hennessy?
Yes.
Cover a little bit. Okay.
Passenger side?
Passenger side front, yeah.
Okay. Are you injured?
I'm not.
Okay. And North's not injured
From the DA. I'm not sure what percentage yet. Yeah, it's all this. It's already said he was. I did not see that part.
All right, and you did not fire your duty weapon?
I fired my taser off.
Just the taser?
Correct.
Do you know if you fired before or after?
I fired before, because we both had lethal cover. I switched to less lethal, and I fired the taser, and then a short time later, the North fired his month.
Okay. And North's already out of here?
Oh, yeah.
Now, did you receive Inspector Sinesi to assemble a collage of 4 of these videos at my request,
Yes.
and showing you with the mark for identification, States Exhibit 56. Are those your initials on that thumb drive?
Yes.
And is this a thumb drive contained the collage you prepared?
Yes.
And how did you go about doing that?
I used software that was given to me by the U.S. Secret Service. It's called AMP5. It's a video forensic software, and it allows you to enhance, use filters to clean up video. And it had a feature where you could do a multi-view, which is what this was. So I could bring the 4 different videos into one screen.
Okay. And the 4 videos, the jury's already seen them in a longer version, correct?
Yes.
And so was it Trooper Jackson's motor vehicle recorder, Trooper Norris body-worn camera, Trooper Jackson's body-worn camera, and Trooper Dowling's body-worn camera?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, 4 block sort of setup?
Yes.
I would offer Exhibit 56. Full exhibit.
No objection. Full exhibit 56.
Yes, I'm clear. Okay, with court's permission, I would like to play Exhibit 56 for the jury.
You may, Mr. Devlin.
Please stop it. So these are synchronized as to time, correct?
Yes.
So they're playing simultaneously, all 4 of these different versions?
Yes.
Okay, please play it. Stop it, please. And you made a choice with respect to sound, correct?
Yes.
And what was that?
So when you put 4 videos together and they all have sounds, it's not going to, it's going to be, you're not going to be able to hear much. It's just going to be 4 different videos playing sound at the same time. So I was able to turn the sound off on 3 of the 4 videos, and I just kept Trooper North's sound because that was the clearest out of the 4 videos.
Okay, thank you. Play it, please. Stop it, please. So at that point, Trooper North in the upper left has his firearm aimed at the driver in the car, correct?
Yes.
And at the lower right, Trooper Dowling's MDR, you've got these police officers all to the passenger side of the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And please play it. So can you go back about 5 seconds, Attorney Slip? Stop it. So the moments after Trooper North fires, These police officers on the outside of the vehicle on the right,
Yes.
and you see Trooper North is firing his gun and into this window, which is where Mr. Soulemane was sitting in the driver's seat of the car, correct?
Yes.
Please, say the rest of it. I have enough for the questions, Ryan. Thank you.
Mr. Riccio, cross-examination.
Morning.
Good morning.
We've never met. My name is Frank Riccio, I represent
Trooper North.
Yes.
So you've assisted in playing a series of videos and a series of audios. I'd like to first ask you some questions about the audio recordings. These are the Troop G audio recordings that we heard this morning.
Yes.
Now, through some of the videos, we've heard some of the same audio recordings when the troopers are in their cars, correct?
Yes.
In fact, I think it might have been the first, it was Trooper Jackson's body-worn camera in the car where, correct me if I'm wrong, but his radio did report that that Troop G was reporting, this was a carjacking situation, the individual did have a knife. Did you hear that in that
Yes.
recording? And that audio that we heard on Trooper Jackson's body-worn camera came from Troop G, correct?
Yes.
So you would assume that from the audios from Troop G, that was also part of the audio presentation as well. That was one of the audio clips that was presented here today.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, originally, at the beginning of the audio presentation, as we understand it, Norwalk had considered this a stolen car.
Yes.
Consistent with the audio.
Yes.
And in fact, just give me 1 second. Sorry for the interruption. The first call came in, I think it was around, relevant to this case, that is, came in around 4:45 p.m. I'm going to go even backwards. Mr. Slitz, with your permission, call ending in 703 at 4:38 p.m., please. If you can listen to this, and then I'll ask you some questions.
Sure.
And which exhibit is
This
on?
is, I believe, Exhibit 7.
It's going to be.
Exhibit 7. Audio recordings, Troop G. Full exhibit. The one ending in 703. You're not notified, right? 1423, copy that?
Vehicle center lane, 55 miles an hour, coming around 60, traffic
Alright, Norwalk's breaking it off. So be advised, one of them's armed with a knife, and one of them threatened one. Right. One of the judge, disregard breaking off.
Copy. Breaking off.
Sir, in that particular recording, we can agree that the report was that the suspect was armed with a knife as early as 4:45 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Please, 724, a call from 4:49 p.m.
Please report to judgment.
Okay, this is Nancy, I get a call from Norwalk.
Yes.
The officer that's on the highway or near the vehicle, let them know there are officers telling us to consider a felony shot. They're considered a carjacking now.
I will take.
Sure.
Okay, we'll pass it on to the troopers.
Thank you.
Between 4:45 p.m. and 4:49 p.m., it's now being reported by Norwalk that this is carjacking, correct?
Yes.
One final call, sir, 728.
Trooper 1422 Just another call from Norwalk PD. The officers that are investigating are stating that this is now a carjacking incident. Just use caution. The individual did have a knife.
Once again, sir, this call is now informing the troopers and originating at Troop G that this is a carjacking incident. Suspect has a knife, correct?
Yes.
Now, subsequently, after this event occurred, as you know, through your knowledge of this case, at 5:20 p.m., Norwalk, through Lieutenant Hume, actually calls Troop G and says something different, correct?
Correct.
But by that time, 5:05 p.m. incident having occurred, the incident was 15 minutes past the occurrence, and now Norwalk's calling and saying, whoopsie, it's not the way we reported it, correct?
That is correct.
We saw a series of videos as well, and just a couple of questions. It has to do with terminology. We heard the term DA used by Trooper North, I think Trooper Jackson used it. What does DA stand for?
I'm not sure exactly. I believe it would be state police jargon for a collision.
Okay. And through the videos that we saw today, as well as the other videos that's consistent with this case, we can agree that first, Mr. Soulemane did bring police on a lengthy pursuit on I-95, correct?
Correct.
In the area of Milford entering West Haven, Trooper North and Trooper Jackson did their best to try to box in Mr. Soulemane's vehicle, correct?
Yes, they did.
We can agree that they were unsuccessful in doing so.
Yes.
We can agree that that Mr. Soulemane was able to not be boxed in because he took it. He moved fast to the left and continued driving at high speeds.
Yes.
Correct? We also saw in the videos too that Mr. Soulemane was driving, when you compare it to the audio that we heard, in excess of 100 miles an hour, pretty recklessly on I-95. We can agree on that?
Yes.
He went from lane to lane, breakdown lane. He used every square inch of I-95 that he could. Can we agree on that?
Yes, we can.
And again, this is during rush hour I-95 North weekday afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And there were, as is sometimes the case on I-95, pockets of more open space and less traffic, but there were also pockets of moderate to heavy traffic, correct?
Yes.
we were watching the cars move along, and at one point, this is right after Trooper North and Trooper Jackson tried to box Mr. Soulemane in. Would appear as though that Trooper North and Trooper Jackson sort of changed positions. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Who was originally in front, and then who then replaced that primary vehicle?
I'm trying to remember. I've watched it so many times. It's just melting in my head. You're talking about when they tried to box him in.
Correct.
I believe Trooper North was on the left-hand side. And Trooper Jackson was on. No, I'm sorry. Trooper North was on the right-hand side. Trooper Jackson. I'm trying to remember the damage to the cars.
Sure. Yeah, you may recall that there was heavy damage to the left rear quarter panel of Trooper North's car, which would suggest that he was on the right-hand side.
Yes.
There was damage to Trooper Jackson's right-hand side of his car, which would suggest he was on the left of Mr. Soulemane.
Yes.
Good one. Now, we have seen the body-worn camera footage and the MVR footage, the car footage, if you will, as presented here today. So I'm going to ask you some questions about what those videos show. First and foremost, these body-worn cameras were activated because an event had taken place, correct?
Yes.
And it's policy in the Connecticut State Police, if you know, that these body-worn cameras are always on when interacting with the public.
Yes.
There's no requirement that they're on when they're not interacting with the public.
Correct.
So if they're engaging in a felony stop or they're engaging in activity with a member of the public, cameras are on, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, everyone's camera was on, correct?
Yes.
And these cameras clearly, well, they show from multiple angles what happened that day.
Absolutely.
Now, if I could just, pardon me as I decipher my notes, Your Honor.
Sure.
Excuse me one second. So I'm going to ask you to watch and then comment on Trooper Jackson's body-worn camera. And that would be I think the second, the one that's labeled from car exit. I think that's the one. It was the second one shown in time. If it's not, I'll ask for the other one, but.
Second Jackson body.
Correct.
So that'll be at Exhibit 47.
Correct. I'm sorry for putting the burden on you, Trace. So can you go back about 5 seconds? And then I'm going to ask you to stop the video when the West Haven officer first puts his hand on the doorknob. continue. It's after the window is broken. Stop it. And I'm putting the burden on you, I apologize. Sir, can we agree that in the video that's currently on the screen, that on 2 occasions from the commencement of this clip to now, West Haven PD tried to open that door twice?
I would disagree with that. I think if anybody, it was Jackson.
Well, the video is going to speak for itself, right?
Right. Well, I'll rephrase the question.
Thank you.
Can we agree that an individual placed his hand on that doorknob on 1 or more occasions?
Can we watch it again?
Sure. Now, can we agree that it seems like 2 different individuals on separate occasions put their hand upon that doorknob? And I call it doorknob, the handle that you would assume open the door.
Yes.
And would it appear, if you agree, that Trooper Jackson, which is the gentleman wearing his body-worn camera, first put his hand upon that door handle, and then moments later, after the window was broken, the West Haven officer did as well?
After
the window was broken. So the second hand upon the handle in time was the other officer. I hope I'm not confusing you.
you did a little bit, it just,
Okay.
I believe he grabbed it before the window was broken.
Okay.
But
Can I just ask, play this one last time? I won't ask you to
just go back a little bit.
Don't make any promises that you can't keep.
I'll ask you to hold me to it. I'll let it run out. Sir, having watched that video now uninterrupted through the Trooper North firing his weapon, can we agree that on multiple occasions, 1 or more people put their hands upon the door handle in this video?
Yes.
Can we also agree that one of these individuals put their hand upon that door handle moments before, or a moment before, Trooper North fired his weapon?
Yes.
Now, we saw, I believe from Trooper Jackson's motor vehicle camera, mobile video recorder, that provides us what I would say is the clearest view of Trooper North and what he did under the bridge in Campbell Avenue, correct?
Yes.
And Trooper North, we can agree, first and foremost, we'll sort of do it in baby steps. We can agree that this entire event and when I say event, underneath the overpass, exit 43 Campbell Avenue, happened very quickly, correct?
Yes.
I mean, we're talking from the moment Trooper North got out of his car to the moment Trooper North fired his weapon, less than a minute?
Yes.
That's fair to say?
Yes.
This is after a pursuit that at least Connecticut State Police picked up, not from Norwalk, but they picked it up somewhere in the Bridgeport, Milford area?
Yes.
Pardon me, Stratford, Milford area?
I thought it was Bridgeport where it started.
Okay. So even from Bridgeport, we're talking about Bridgeport, Stratford, Milford, into West Haven. So it's a 4-town pursuit. And we have multiple troopers, Trooper North, Trooper Jackson, both driving at speeds in excess of 80, 90, almost 100 miles an hour just to keep up with Mr. Soulemane, correct?
Yes.
And for however long that takes, the event ends underneath Campbell Avenue Bridge. Trooper North, once he exited his car, as the video shows, and if you agree with me, he had lethal cover upon Mr. Soulemane on the driver's side of that vehicle, correct?
He did.
Trooper Jackson, who was originally on the driver's side, immediately went to the passenger side, also had lethal cover, correct?
Yes.
And just for the benefit of the jury, what does lethal cover mean?
Yeah, it's firearm out.
Oh, okay. Trooper North, while maintaining lethal cover, was communicating with Trooper Jackson, both with his eyes and audibly, correct?
Yes.
Trooper North was keeping his focus upon Mr. Soulemane in this motor vehicle, looking through the driver's side window, correct?
Yes.
Objection. He doesn't know what he was concentrating on. He knows where his eyes are focused. I object to the form of the question.
I'll sustain it. You want to rephrase it, Mr. Riccio?
Fair enough. Trooper North was looking towards Mr. Soulemane, correct?
I believe so.
In his direction.
Yes.
Trooper Jackson's on the passenger side, correct?
Yes.
Trooper North is advising and telling Trooper Jackson, go to taser, correct?
Yes.
Which he did.
He did.
And in fact, not only did he audibly state that, but can we agree that Trooper North momentarily took his hand off of his weapon, tapped his own taser to indicate visibly to go to taser?
Yes, he did.
And that's what Trooper Jackson did.
Yes.
Now, West Haven shows up, and if you know, how did West Haven know to even be there? I mean, I understand it's in West Haven, but how did West Haven know?
Well, it's probably through the hotline, which is the communication between towns, state police and towns. So I do know, listening to the radio transmissions, Norwalk had put it originally out on the hotline. So
sure.
And other towns can listen, so they probably knew it was coming.
The audio recordings that we heard from Troop G, those same audio recordings are not heard by local police, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so West Haven wouldn't have heard what Troop G was sending out to its troopers.
Right.
Okay. West Haven shows up, and the West Haven officer, do you know who the West Haven officer was that showed up? His name?
Officer Rappa.
R-A-P-P-A?
Yes.
So Officer Rappa shows up, and he's the one that elects to break the window.
Yes.
And he does break the window.
Yes.
All the while, Trooper North keeps lethal cover on the driver's side, Trooper Jackson, non-lethal cover, the taser, holding his taser on the passenger side, correct?
Yes.
We can agree that Mr. Soulemane, prior to the glass being broken by Officer Rappa, was not responsive.
Yes.
And when I say not responsive, Mr. Soulemane was seated in the driver's side of his car, correct? And I say his car, it wasn't his car, but just for our purposes. He was seated in the car, unresponsive, looking with his eyes closed, correct?
Yes.
Did he have a seatbelt on?
I don't remember seeing a seatbelt.
So unresponsive, no seatbelt, not responding to commands, correct?
Yes,
Initially.
initially, yes.
Officer Rappa, West Haven PD, decides to break the window. And can we agree that upon the breaking of that window, that shocked Mr. Soulemane?
Yes, there was a reaction.
It's a better way to describe it, that he reacted to whatever it was, whether it be the sound, whether it be the glass, he reacted to something.
Yes,
He's no longer unresponsive, he's now responsive.
yes,
He's now alert.
yes,
He's no longer sitting in a stable position, he's now moving, correct?
Objection. The jury can see, I object to that characterization.
I'll sustain the objection. The thing shows what it shows.
What I do want to ask, sir, is that we can agree that that Mr. Soulemane did pull out a knife.
yes,
And this knife, well, what's wrong? We were able to watch some videos as well, specifically the videos post-incident. This would be after the shooting took place and involving conversations that Troop North was having with other officers, correct?
yes,
And there was one video, I believe it was with Trooper Richter, where there was a conversation taking place and then the audio went out. Do you recall watching that video?
yes. That was, I believe, Sergeant Hennessy.
Sergeant Hennessy.
Yes,
And my question is this, the audio was on and then it wasn't.
right.
Was the person whose body worn camera it was turn it off, or did it turn off because that he was no longer interacting with the public, if you know?
It turned off. He definitely was not interacting with the public at that point.
And the policies and procedures regarding body worn cameras are, if you're not interacting with the public, it's not required to be on.
Correct.
And we're talking about the audio doesn't have to be on. Does the video have to be on as well?
No.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor, please?
You may.
Sir, just a couple more questions, please. Again, having heard the audios and transmissions and having seen the videos that we saw here today, at any point did Connecticut State Police or Troop G call off this pursuit?
No.
And we can agree from the timestamps and the times that we've mentioned today that this event involving Mr. Soulemane under the bridge off exit 43 and Campbell Avenue happened around 5:05 p.m.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Mr. Devlin?
Yes, thank you. So the doors were locked in the Hyundai, correct?
Yes.
And so when the officers tried to open the doors, either on the passenger side, I think it was at 3 occasions, they did not open, correct?
No.
When the car was first stopped, Mr. Soulemane's in the driver's seat, the doors are locked, the windows are up, the car is blocked in by police cars, armed police officers around it, Mr. Soulemane had nothing in his hand, correct?
From what we could see, correct.
He was not a danger to anybody.
Objection, Your Honor. That's for the jury.
I'll sustain it.
Well, I mean, he's seated in a car, nothing in his hand, surrounded by armed police officers, locked doors, windows up. That correct?
Yes.
And at that situation, at that moment, this whole enterprise is under the complete control of the police department, correct?
Yes.
They're the ones that decided to break the window of the car, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Soulemane didn't do that.
No.
He's seated in the seat of the car throughout this whole time.
Correct.
Let's play this Trooper Hennessy, Sergeant Hennessy's video from the exhibit, which is, let's see, Exhibit 47. And let's play Sergeant Hennessy's video.
Which device?
It's where Sergeant Hennessy is speaking with Kylie and,
So this is his body worn.
yes, it's his body one.
How's it going? Okay. Everybody okay?
All right. You want to give me a quick synopsis of what happens on the Boston house? Just at the end of the whole time? No, I mean, I saw most of the stuff up on the island. So, like, the DA. Yeah. The guy here, who basically, I guess, Jack in front of me, kind of boxing behind the other car that was just in front of me. Then Jackson kind of pulled up here. And I went around the front, get out, so I was on the direct side. Jackson's on the other door, goes out, comes out. The guy's kind of like out of it, you know, sort of like he was passed out. Then West David got here, they go to the passenger side here, so. And I guess it's not with you.
Go back 5 seconds.
I saw most of the stuff on the island, saw like the DA. Yeah. The guy here, who basically, I guess Jack in front of me, kind of boxing behind the other car that was just in front of me. Then Jackson kind of pulled up here, and I went around the front, get out, tell him to stop on his right side door. Jackson's on the other door, goes out, comes out. The guy's kind of like out of it, you know, sort of like he was passed out. Then West David guy.
Isn't it true that Trooper North looks directly over at Sergeant Hennessy and then he turns off his body-worn camera?
Can you play it a little more?
Play it.
Jackson's on the other door, comes out. The guy's kind of like out of it, you know, sort of like he was passed out. Then West David got here, they go to the passenger side. And I guess
He looks over and he turns off the camera, right?
Yes.
It didn't go off on its own. It went off because he looked at it.
Objection, Your Honor. Well, I'll sustain that and strike that, please. Just the last remark that the lawyer made.
And Mr. Ricky asked you about Troop G not calling off the pursuit. I'll withdraw that. No further questions.
Sergeant Hennessy's a sergeant, correct?
Yes.
Trooper North is not a sergeant, correct?
Correct.
In the when you look at the ranks of officers, sergeant is much higher than trooper, correct?
Yes.
Trooper North looks momentarily at Sergeant Hennessy, and Trooper North is sending messages to Sergeant Hennessy to turn his body worn off.
I couldn't determine that.
What we can agree is that the audio went off,
Yes.
being worn by Sergeant Hennessy, a man far superior than Trooper North, correct?
Yes.
Now, Attorney Devlin did point out that at the commencement of this event, the windows of Mr. Soulemane's car were in fact open. Were closed, correct?
Correct.
But once Officer Rappa broke the window, the passenger window, it was much easier to gain entry into that car, correct?
Yes,
Because now there's no window to get in the way.
correct.
So at that moment, excuse me, when the window was then open,
Objection, Your Honor. That's beyond the scope of redirect examination.
I disagree because,
We didn't talk anything about breaking windows, entering cars. We didn't talk about that.
He didn't.
all right,
Well, actually, what you did say, if I recall, was that the windows were up. The car was locked, all that stuff.
Right. So just to be clear, they were up at one point, but Officer Rappa then assisted in opening one of those windows by breaking that window, correct?
Yes,
All right, thank you.
Okay.
I don't care about ranks. North looks at Hennessy, and then within a moment, he turns off his body-worn camera, correct?
that's in the video.
No further questions.
Okay. All set?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. You are excused.
Thank you.
We're going to take, is this a convenient time to take morning recess? Till about 10 of.
All rise. Court is again in session. You may be seated. Good morning again, Your Honor.
Good morning, Marshal. Could you bring the jury, please?
The state will stipulate to the jury, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next witness is Jody Langley.
All right, Mr. Devlin.
Yes.
Can you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or solemnly sincerely affirm as the case may be, that the evidence you should give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
May you please state your first and last name for the record?
Jody Langley,
May you please spell out your last name for the record?
Longley.
May you please state your address for the record?
245 Second Avenue, West Haven.
Thank you.
Please be seated, Ms. Longley, and pull yourself up so that you can speak directly into the microphone. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Langley.
Good morning.
So I want to direct your attention to January 15 of 2020, like 4 years ago. About 5 o'clock in the evening, were you in a car on Campbell Avenue in West Haven?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you live near, at that time, did you live near Campbell Avenue, on Campbell Avenue?
Yes, I did.
And are you familiar with the I-95 overpass that passes over Campbell Avenue, kind of near the University of New Haven?
Yes.
Okay. And were you on Campbell Avenue approaching that highway overpass?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And were you heading in the direction like West Haven, which would be, I guess, eastbound, or University of New Haven, which would be westbound?
Eastbound.
Eastbound, toward West Haven. Okay. And so this is quite a curious sketch, okay? I fully understand. But if this is I-95 going up and down here,
Yes.
and here's Campbell Avenue going on a left to right situation, right? This is the exit 43 off ramp onto Campbell Avenue, the very steep off ramp.
Yes.
With that. Okay. And this would be the 43 on ramp going onto 95 southbound toward Bridgeport.
Yes.
So at some point, did you stop your car near this overpass that goes over Campbell Avenue?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And approximately where?
Right before going under it. Like midway, the trunk part of my car was at the back or by the on-ramp.
Okay. So like in this vicinity here?
Yes.
Okay. So, and were you intending to drive under the underpass and head toward West Haven?
Yes, I was.
And so did something cause you to stop your car?
Yes.
What was that?
I heard sirens that were getting louder and closer. And then as I was approaching the underpass, I saw the white vehicle come off the exit ramp.
Okay, so the white vehicle came off this 43 exit ramp.
Yes.
And did it turn toward you?
Yes.
Okay. What happened next?
There was a vehicle on the opposite side of the street that also stopped. We were like probably across from each other.
Okay, so
He was going-
here, over in this location here?
He was already under the,
Under this.
so yeah, we were like diagonal from each other.
Okay, got it.
When the white car came off,
Facing the opposite direction of yours?
yeah, I was going towards the center of West Haven. They were going towards University of New Haven.
Got it, okay. And what happened next?
Everything just came off the highway.
Okay, and who's that when you say everybody?
State troopers, the white car, which slammed into the back of the car that was opposite of me.
Okay. We don't have a court monitor, Your Honor.
Oh, shoot.
My bad. Okay, we have to do over on this. We have to get a court monitor in here. Okay.
I'm so sorry.
No problem. Wait.
That's a new one. That's the first. One of us should have noticed.
Indeed.
Should have been doing it. One of you guys.
How many lawyers take to turn on a light bulb? She's in or out, Your Honor. Language, please stand up again and face our clerk and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or solemnly sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you should give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
May you please state your first and last name for the record?
Jody Langley,
May you please vouch your last name for the record?
Longley,
May you please state your address for the record?
245 2nd Avenue, West Haven.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So Ms. Long, we're going to start over again. Directing your attention to January 15th, 2020, about 5 o'clock in the evening. Were you operating a motor vehicle on Campbell Avenue in West Haven, Connecticut?
Yes, I was.
And was your vehicle traveling toward the city of West Haven in that direction, or toward the University of Haven, which is in the opposite direction?
Towards the city of West Haven.
And as you approached, this sketch that I put up here, this in a rough, crude way, does it generally suggest that I-95 and Campbell Avenue runs underneath I-95, and there's a exit 43 goes off the highway onto Campbell Avenue, and then there's on the opposite side of the highway, there's an entrance ramp or an on-ramp from Campbell Avenue onto I-95.
Yes.
Familiar with this?
Yes.
This down, at the bottom will be Bridgeport, and the top will be
Yes.
Haven. Got it.
You want to mark that, Mr.?
Yeah, could you please mark this as the next exhibit, please?
Sure. Thank you.
Very much. Very much.
Stakes 4. 4. That can be for ID.
Yes, right, yeah, I mean, so Ms. Lundy, when you stopped your car, approximately where was it that you stopped?
Right before going under the underpass.
Okay, and was a portion of your car, like the hood portion, under the underpass?
No,
No, but was it near where the underpass?
like the nose of my car was right at the beginning, but
Okay, and and this would be sort of in this vicinity here, indicating where near the on-ramp to the highway is?
yes,
And did you notice another vehicle that was stopped in the opposite lane from you?
yes,
Okay. And had that vehicle actually come to a stop?
yes.
Okay. And what did you see next?
I saw the white sedan come off the exit ramp at a high rate of speed,
Okay.
and there were several state troopers behind that vehicle.
Okay. And did the state troopers have their emergency lights and sirens on?
Yes.
Okay. And what else did you see?
The white sedan hit the back of the other vehicle that was stopped opposite of me.
Okay.
And then honestly, everything just happened so quick after that. There was several officers on the passenger side of the vehicle. There was the last state trooper vehicle that I saw came around to the front side of the white sedan.
Okay.
And the trooper jumped out and ran around the back of his car to the driver's side window of the white sedan.
Okay. So that trooper's car was in front of the white sedan?
Not, I wouldn't say completely.
Okay. All right. At an angle maybe?
Possibly.
Okay. And you saw the trooper who was driving that vehicle, run around the back of his car and take a position near the driver's door of the white car?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you see next?
Well, I heard what sounded like a pop.
Okay.
I got nervous. I naturally originally thought that was a shot.
Okay.
A couple seconds passed, and then I heard maybe 5 or 6 other shots and was trying to get my car out of there, but there was somebody behind me.
Okay.
So I couldn't reverse. So I just did a U-turn and took off.
All right. So the pop that you first heard, did you later come to understand what that likely was?
After the video was released, I came to realize that it was a baton trying to break the passenger window.
Okay. And did you see that or just heard that?
When I watched the video, I seen it.
Okay, but when you were there on the scene that night, you just heard it?
Yeah, you just heard it.
Okay. And do you remember how many, the gunshots came from which side of the car?
The driver's side.
Okay. And you recall how many gunshots you heard approximately?
Anywhere from 5 to 7. I'm not positive.
All right. Okay. Okay. And could you see from where you were, could you see the inside of the car?
You were able to see it. There was enough light inside the vehicle that you were able to see the silhouette of the driver.
Okay. So what was it? Inside of the vehicle illuminated for you?
Yes.
Okay. And so from your position approximately here where Campbell Avenue just starts going over, you could see into this white sedan. And what did you see?
I just saw him sitting there. And then, like I said, there's a lot of commotion. Everything happened in a matter of seconds.
Sure.
I can't make out what anybody was saying. There was a bunch of just yelling.
Okay.
And honestly, when I was looking, but like I said, everything happened quickly, I didn't see any movement. I didn't see the silhouette move inside the vehicle.
Okay. And did you hear the officers say anything?
I couldn't, like I said, it was quick. And there was a bunch of voices, like one on top of the other.
Okay. Did you actually, did you hear the shots being fired or did you see them or just hear them?
I heard them and then I believe I saw a flash.
Okay. All right.
That was like the last second when I was literally I wanted to get out of there.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you very much. No further questions. I would move this as a pro exhibit, this sketch, Your Honor. No objection. Okay.
Cool. Are you going to use that, Mr. Riccio? The exhibit 4?
Yeah, I'd like to use it. Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do I have the court's permission to just relocate this so that?
Sure.
Thank you.
Are you going to use that with the witness?
Pardon?
Are you going to use that with the witness?
Yes.
We need to be careful of this angle here.
So I will. I understand what you're saying.
I think it seems to be okay.
All right, good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So let's start off with this exhibit, which has been admitted as stage 4. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Actually, I'm going to back up a little bit because I believe one of our jurors may not be able to see it.
Still okay?
Okay. Now, I'm really going to confuse you and be a little bit behind you, okay?
Okay.
So, this is going towards Bridgeport, me pointing down, correct?
Yes.
Going up is towards UNH and towards New Haven, correct?
Yes.
This is the overpass. And I say this, I'm pointing at Campbell Avenue, running from left to right on this exhibit.
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is, if I would see it correctly, this is the 43 off-ramp, I-95 North 43 off-ramp, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what we understand is that the
white Hyundai Sonata, came off exit 43, took a left, and then collided with a SUV somewhere underneath the overpass.
No, they weren't directly under the underpass.
They weren't underneath the overpass. Can you point where you saw the collision? Did you see a collision?
Yes.
Okay, where was it?
So my vehicle was here.
Okay.
The SUV was here, maybe a little bit closer to the edge of the underpass.
Okay.
And then the white sedan was actually under the underpass.
So if I have you correct me if I'm wrong, both of those vehicles, the Trailblazer and the white Hyundai Sonata, are in this area. So where the dotted line begins, just the Trailblazer just outside the overpass, the Hyundai Sonata under the overpass.
Yes.
And you are where? Could you point where you were when you saw all this happen?
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So when you see all this happen, you see this collision, what was the first thing you thought when you saw first the white Hyundai Sonata hit the Trailblazer? What were you thinking to yourself?
I just knew that, obviously, that I knew there was a chase because you can hear it, and they were like right behind him.
Yep.
So when he came off and he hit, I didn't know what to expect. I just stopped the car because there were sirens coming. So I didn't want to go any further.
Of course. Now, is it fair to say that you were almost in line, facing the opposite direction, but almost in line with the Hyundai Sonata and the police cars? Meaning that if you looked immediately to your left outside your driver's side window, were you able to see what was happening towards the Hyundai Sonata?
It was in front of me, kind of, but to the left.
Okay, so you were looking out your front windshield.
Yes.
To the left.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You then described the introduction of these police cars that showed up, and then you described what it is that you saw, what you think you saw, right?
Oh, yes.
Now, so let's talk about that. So you were asked questions about what you heard, and we can agree that it was pretty loud with the sirens underneath an overpass, with I-95 above. I mean, the noise alone outside the car was extraordinarily loud, right?
The sirens, yes.
Okay. You were driving your car, your son was with you?
Yes.
Okay, where were you guys headed to?
The gas station.
All right. Listening to music?
No.
Okay. But your windows were up?
No, mine was halfway down.
Okay. Was it cold that night?
I can't recall. It was a while ago.
So you've seen this collision, you've seen all these police cars, you hear all these sirens, and you're being asked to describe what you heard and what you saw. But it was very fast, correct?
Yes.
Instantaneous. Well, would you describe it as instantaneous, or did it feel instantaneous?
It kind of felt instantaneous, but it was quick.
And you described what you thought you saw inside the car, and you mentioned that there was some sort of illumination inside the car.
Yes.
Are you suggesting that there was a light on inside the car?
No. It was lights from the vehicles behind the sedan.
All right. Now, you did testify that you didn't see, or you couldn't see, what was going on the passenger side of the car, correct?
Not inside the car, but outside the car.
You could see what was happening.
There were
outside?
several officers or state troopers. I don't know if it was mixed at the time.
Okay.
And there was the one by the passenger side window.
All right. You commented on what you saw, then you took a left turn and you got out of there, correct?
Yes.
Subsequently, you were interviewed by someone from law enforcement regarding what you saw.
Yes.
Now, you recall giving a signed sworn statement to someone from the Department of Criminal Justice?
I guess that's where they're from.
You gave a statement
Yes,
to someone?
I did.
Okay, and you signed it? And you said
Yes.
it's true. Okay. So in your statement, you had stated that you had heard loud sounds which you believed were gunshots originally, correct?
I'm not sure.
And then after watching the video, you realized that the officers were actually trying to break the window.
No. So I originally knew that the sound was gunshots, but I didn't realize the first one that there was a pause in between.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize the first one was one of the officers trying to break the window. Then there was a pause, and then it was multiple shots.
You then go on to say, as you testify here today, I could see a silhouette of a person sitting in the driver's seat of the white car, and he did not appear to have moved before or after the gunshots. Is that
correct?
Now, and that's consistent with what it is you testify to today, correct?
Correct.
At the time you gave your statement continues, and it says that I watched the video from the incident that was released by the media. I realized the initial sounds I thought I heard were officers trying to break the passenger side window. I saw that West Haven were on scene, which I did not see initially. I also observed the person in the white car make a slight movement with his arm, which I did not see initially. So we can agree in your statement that you provided to law enforcement under oath that that person, that occupant of that white Hyundai Sonata did move, correct?
He may or may not have. It's been a long time, and
well, if I show you a copy of your statement, would it refresh your recollection?
I read a copy of my statement. I'm doing the best to try to remember. Initially, I did not see him move.
But can we agree that you told law enforcement on, I can't even make out the date, but on a date, February 6th of 2020, that I also observed the person in the white car make a slight movement with his arm, which I did not see initially?
Yes.
You did say that. And we can agree that that's part of your statement signed February 6th, 2020 and sworn as a signed sworn statement, correct?
Correct.
All right, I have no other questions. Thank you.
No questions. Thank you, Ms. Langley.
Thank you, Ms. Langley.
Thank you.
Yeah, is it, Mr. Devlin, you plan on using this?
No more. Thank you.
Okay. Next witness.
Cordell Miller is being brought in right now, Your Honor. Could you just do that back there? Thank you.
Yep. At the end. Yeah, either go with the other.
Yeah, right. It's a so I mean,
Sir, if you please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Cordell Miller.
Can you please spell out your last name for the record?
M-I-L-L-E-R.
Can you please state your address for the record?
just give the town. The town's fine.
Town?
Stratford.
Thank you, sir.
There you go. Thank you. Have a seat, Mr. Miller. Kind of pull up to the microphone so we can hear you well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller. So directing your attention to January 15th of 2020 at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, were you operating a vehicle on Campbell Avenue in West Haven, Connecticut?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And where were you heading? Which direction were you heading on Campbell Avenue?
I was taking a right onto Campbell Avenue to get onto the highway headed 95 South.
95 South?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're aware of the fact that Campbell Avenue passes under I-95 and then turns left to go up on the I-95 South?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And so as you're approaching the I-95 overpass there, did you notice something?
I did. I seen a white vehicle exiting the highway in front of a few state police cars. So I'm believing this vehicle is moving out of their way, so I moved over to the right, and that's what I observed getting off of the highway.
Okay, so you see the white car, police vehicles behind it. You pull over like you should for any emergency vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and did you pull to the curb underneath the overpass there?
I did.
Okay, and what happened next?
I was rear-ended by that white vehicle, which was pushed into my vehicle from state troopers' vehicles.
Okay, and how severe was the collision with your car?
It was pretty significant. It moved the vehicle up a few feet from where I parked it at.
Okay, and then what happened next?
I saw a few gentlemen getting out of their vehicles with their weapons drawn. I heard knocking on the window, and then seconds after that, I heard several shots.
Okay, when you say individuals, were these police officers?
Yes.
Okay, what happened? Did you hear sounds that you recognized?
I didn't recognize anything. I pretty much blacked out after being hit, and then hearing the shots seconds after being hit.
Okay.
So processing everything.
How much time would you say elapsed between your being rear-ended by the white car and hearing gunshots?
It was a few seconds, less than 20 seconds.
Okay, all right. And do you recall how many shots you heard?
I don't.
Don't, but more than one.
A lot.
A lot. Okay, all right. And when you heard these shots, where were you in what kind of car you were driving, by the way?
I was driving a gray Chevy Trailblazer.
A gray Chevy Trailblazer.
Yes.
Okay. Could we publish Exhibit 69?
You may.
Yeah. So, Mr. Miller, is this vehicle on the left-hand side of the screen here, is that your vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And the white vehicle behind it, that's the white sedan you mentioned so far in your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And then the gray vehicle is a state trooper cruiser?
Correct.
All right. And so when you pulled, and is this where the vehicle, I guess it rolled forward a bit after being struck from behind, correct?
Yes.
Were you alone in your vehicle?
I was.
When you heard these shots, where were you in terms of your orientation in the vehicle?
I was laying down in the driver's seat of the SUV.
Okay. And just like slumped down or to the side, or how was it?
I reclined the seat when I heard the shots go off.
Okay. All right. And so you were seat reclined, but you were facing forward, looking at the front of the car?
Correct.
All right. Did you ever turn to look behind you?
No.
Okay. So you didn't actually see the shooting, you just heard it?
I heard the shots. I seen the weapons. I didn't see the officer firing his weapon, but it's obvious he did.
Okay. Okay, so you saw the weapon and you heard the shots, but when the time you actually heard the shots, you were facing forward in your car with your seat retracted.
Correct.
Okay. And after the shots were fired, what happened after that?
I pretty much just stayed in position until someone came up to the vehicle. They opened the door and asked if I was hit, and I told them I didn't know. So I just stayed positioned where I was.
Okay.
For a while.
For a while, okay.
Right.
All right. Did you sustain some injury as a result of being struck, collided?
The impact, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. How long do you think you were in that vehicle after the shots, after this thing happened, before you left?
A few hours.
Okay. And where'd you go from this location underneath the overpass? Where'd you go?
I was transported to the hospital.
Okay. Okay. And you received treatment at the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you, Mr. That's good.
Spokio?
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Just have a couple questions.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at state 67,
69.
pardon me, 69. Is your testimony you, after being struck, in fact, your car was struck twice, correct?
I don't recall.
All right, but it was struck. We can agree on
I
that?
was mentally going after being hit, yes.
You're mentally going after being
Right.
hit. So after you were hit, you continued to face forward, which is forward looking or in the direction of your windshield, correct?
Right.
You didn't look back.
I looked in the mirror, seen the white car, realized what's going on.
All right.
No, I didn't turn my head all the way around and look, but go ahead, what's your questions?
Well, my question is, after you got hit, you said you were using your terminology, mentally gone. So after you got hit, you were sort of disoriented and having just been in an accident, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you continue to look forward.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So you looked in the rear view mirror or the side mirror to see the white car?
The rear view mirror.
Okay. And could you see anything else through the rear view mirror?
I just seen the state trooper cars and that behind this white car.
Okay. And you mentioned a gun during your direct testimony. Is that when you saw the gun?
I saw the gun after I came to a stop after being hit.
Okay.
I looked out the window and put my hands up when I seen the guy get out the car with the gun.
Okay.
So
Okay. All right. Okay. And that you're seeing, that was seeing directly, or is that through seeing through mirrors? The guy with
I
the
was
gun?
looking out the driver's side window.
Okay. Got it. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. No, sir.
All right.
All set.
All right.
Don't you? Yeah, we're going to need to put that. Our next witness, Your Honor, is Sergeant Jordan Zwickler from the West Haven Police Department.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly sincerely affirm as the case may be that the evidence you should give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
May you please state your first and last name for the record?
Jordan Zwickler,
May you please spell out your last name for the record?
Zwickler.
May you please state your badge number and business address for the record, please?
Badge number 199, 200 Sawmill Road, West Haven, Connecticut.
Thank you, sir.
Proceed. And speak directly into the mic, Sergeant.
Sergeant Zwickler, directing your attention to January 15 of 2020, by whom were you employed?
West Haven Police Department,
Okay. And what was your rank at that time?
Sergeant.
And were you assigned to a particular unit within the West Haven Police Department?
I was assigned to the street crime unit.
And on that date, that's January 15, 2020, what shift were you working?
The evening shift.
Okay. And as a street crime supervisor, what did you wear a police uniform or other sort of attire?
No, I wore plain clothes, street clothes to work.
Okay. All right. And at around 5 o'clock, maybe a little before 5 o'clock, did you become aware of a state police pursuit on Interstate 95?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
The dispatcher put out something on the radio about the state police pursuit on 95.
Oh, okay. And it was heading in your direction, basically?
Yes.
Okay. And did you make a decision at that point to assist them?
I did.
Okay. And what'd you do?
We were in the station at the time, so we left the station, got in our cars, and went on the road to see if we can assist.
Okay. And when you say we, who else was with you?
There was a detective and another officer with me.
And can you tell me their names?
Yep. Detective Fazzino and Officer Rappa.
Okay. And what kind of vehicle were you in?
I was in an undercover vehicle. It was a 2013 GMC Terrain.
Okay. And were you alone or with another officer?
No, I was with Officer Rappa.
Okay. And Officer Fazzino, was he in a separate vehicle?
Yes. Detective Fazzino was in a car behind us.
Okay. And so, where did you go?
We left the station. We took a left onto Sawmill Road, and we went to the area of where Sawmill Road meets I-95.
Okay, and is the West Haven Police Department fairly close to the Sawmill Road entrance ramp from I-95?
Yes.
When you got to that area where Sawmill Road, the entrance ramp is, what happened?
We waited there for probably 10 or 15 seconds just to get some updates from our dispatch as to where the pursuit was going. We were told it was approaching exit 42, so we stayed there for a short time until we heard the sirens pass us on the highway.
So the chase went beyond exit 42?
Yes.
Northbound?
Yes.
All right, and then what'd you do after that?
We got on the highway, 95 northbound.
Okay, and were you able to see the police cars in their pursuit?
I was able to see one car, one state police car with the lights and sirens on. That was right when I got on the highway, and that car was in the left lane.
Okay, did you see any other vehicles that might have been involved in this sort of pursuit incident?
No.
Okay. At some point, did you see the state police car exit I-95?
I did.
And what exit did it take?
43.
All right. Did you go down exit 43 yourself?
I did.
At some point, did you activate the emergency lights and sirens on your car?
I did.
What was that?
As we were getting off the highway.
Okay.
On the highway off ramp.
And so you proceeded down to the bottom of the exit ramp where it intersects with Campbell Avenue?
Yes.
And what happened then?
I saw the state police car in front of me take a left, so I followed it. And I came upon, right when we got to the I-95 overpass, I saw another state police cruiser that was parked in the middle of the road with the lights, with the emergency lights on. And the cruiser that I saw get off the highway was directly in front of me, and it was parked in the middle of the road, kind of behind it.
Okay. And did you see a white sedan?
I did.
Okay. And where was that?
That sedan was in front of the trooper car I stopped behind and to the right of the trooper car that was in the middle of the road.
Okay, so there's so one white sedan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know the make of the car?
A Hyundai Sonata.
Okay. And how many state police vehicles did you see at that time?
I saw two.
Two. Okay. One sort of to the driver's side of the Sonata?
Yep.
And another one sort of angled in front of it? Or no?
I remember seeing, when we got off the highway, there was one that was basically across the double yellow line or somewhere near there.
Okay.
The Sonata was to the right of that trooper car, and the trooper car that we followed off the highway was behind the Sonata.
Okay. And you parked behind the trooper car to the rear of the Sonata?
Yes, the one we followed off the highway. Yep.
All right. And then when you got out of your car, did Officer Rappa get out with you?
He did.
And where did you go?
I went to the passenger side rear area of the Sonata.
Okay. And what could you see from that vantage point?
I could see that there was a state trooper at the driver's side of the Sonata and another state trooper at the passenger side.
Could you see inside the car?
When I got closer to it, I could, yes.
And what did you see?
From my vantage point, I was able to peek into the rear area of the car. I didn't see anybody in there, but I saw a lone male in the driver's seat.
Okay. And so at that point, you and Officer Rappa were on the passenger side of the car?
Yes.
And was there a state trooper on the passenger side of the car?
Yes.
And was there a state trooper near the driver's side door of the car?
Yes.
Okay. The car was also sort of surrounded by these police cars as well?
Yes.
Okay. So from that point forward, did you communicate with the state troopers as to the steps to take in this? Was there any kind of plan to go forward?
Nope.
Okay. So what happened next?
I was at the passenger rear of this vehicle for a short period of time, and I noticed that Officer Rappa had a baton in his hand and he was trying to smash out the front passenger side window.
Okay. And where were you in proximity to Officer Rappa?
I was standing in the same rear passenger side of the car.
Okay. Did somebody order Officer Rappa to break the window?
No.
You just did it?
Yes.
Okay. Did the window ultimately shatter?
Yes.
And you were there in that same position when that happened?
Yes.
Okay. And after the window shattered, what did you see?
I saw the driver. He was reaching in. I could see his right hand, and his right hand, he was reaching into his waistband area.
Okay.
He made that movement up and down several times.
Okay. And did you call out to the other officers when you saw that?
Yeah, I yelled something along the lines of, he's reaching, he's moving.
Okay. And the trooper on the passenger side of the car, did you see him do anything?
I didn't see him, but I did hear at some point the sound of a taser being deployed.
And what does that sound like?
It sounds like a soft gunshot, essentially.
All right.
Maybe like a BB gun going off.
All right. And in your experience, you've heard that before?
Yes.
Okay. And so how soon after the window was shattered was the taser deployed?
Within seconds.
Okay. And after the taser was deployed, did you subsequently hear gunshots?
I did.
And did you see gunshots?
I did.
And where were the gunshots coming from?
The trooper.
How soon after you heard the taser deployment did you hear or see the gunshots?
Within seconds.
Okay, so all this is compressed to within a few seconds of the whole,
yes.
whole thing. All right. The gunshots are coming from the trooper on the driver's side of the vehicle.
Correct.
All right. Now, and you were still at this sort of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Were you in the line of fire of that officer's gunshots?
At that instance, I didn't realize it, but yes, I was.
Okay. All right.
Maybe not directly, but in the area, yeah.
Okay.
Could have gone bad.
Okay. All right. And so what did you do? I mean, did you realize that, oh my goodness, I'm in the line of fire here? Did you move away, change your position?
Yeah, I jumped back a couple feet onto the sidewalk.
Okay. All right. Did the trooper fire more than one shot from that position at the driver's door?
Yes.
Do you recall how many?
I don't recall how many. It was 3 or more.
Okay. All right. And so after the gunshots concluded, however many there were, what happened next?
We all kind of, personally, I had a what just happened moment. But eventually, within a few seconds, I realized what had just happened, and I got on our radio. Actually, I'll back up. I'd gotten on our radio and announced that there had been shots fired, and asked for medical personnel to respond.
Okay, from the fire department?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, was the operator of the vehicle, by the way, I think you said this before, there was just one person in the car?
Yes.
Okay, and could you describe that person?
He was a black male.
Okay. And was he ultimately removed from the car?
Yes.
How'd that happen?
There was another sergeant who showed up on. We made the decision to remove the driver from the car.
This is a West Haven PD sergeant?
Yes.
Okay, not a state police.
Well, he was an officer at the time, now a sergeant.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. The driver was removed from the vehicle?
Yes.
And was he injured?
He appeared to be, yes.
And did you notice the injuries?
I noticed there appeared to be some blood on his chest, and he appeared to have some gunshot wounds to his chest area.
Okay. All right. And ultimately, did the West Haven Police Department, not the police department, fire department arrive and provide medical aid?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated that, or maybe you didn't indicate, did you ultimately come to learn there was a Chevrolet Trailblazer that was in front of this white Hyundai Sonata?
Yes,
Okay. And that was occupied by a person?
it was.
Okay. And learn information about that person?
I did.
How'd you learn that information?
I didn't even see that the truck was there initially. After the scene kind of calmed down, I went up. I noticed that there was an occupant in the car, and I spoke with the gentleman who was operating it.
Okay, did you get his identity?
I did.
And what was his name?
I don't recall.
Don't recall. See, the gentleman just passed out was he on the witness stand just before you? Did you
Yes,
recognize him?
I did.
Okay. Did he give you any information about what happened?
I spoke to him briefly. He told me that he was
Objection,
driving.
Your Honor. Hearsay.
Okay. And after you spoke with him, what happened next?
I got his license, registration, and insurance, and I gave it to another state trooper who was on scene.
Okay. Now, at our request, did you use your West Haven Police Department drone to make a very brief drone clip of the area in and around where Campbell Avenue passes under I-95?
Yes.
Okay. And show you what we marked as Exhibit 158. Are those your initials on this thumb drive?
They are.
You placed them on here?
Yes.
Okay. And does this thumb drive contain that drone video of the area you just described?
Yes.
I would offer this as an exhibit.
Objection. So exhibit 158.
So, any posters that you're drawing?
You gonna do it electronically?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Okay. So the contents is what I meant, yeah.
So I'll stop with you. This is Interstate 95.
Yes.
Please play it.
What we're seeing is the traffic in the middle of the screen is going 95 southbound, and this
Red vehicle is?
this red car is exiting exit 43 northbound, the ramp from 95 to Campbell Ave.
Okay. And those cars are passing under 95 through that overpass we discussed, correct?
Yes.
That you can see in the photo now, correct?
Yes.
And so, stop it, please. So when you came off the exit ramp, you proceeded up basically toward the top of the screen there, and the cars are stopped underneath the where the highway crosses Campbell Ave.
Yes.
Okay, please play it. Okay, that's it. Can you also please play Trooper Dolling's NVR clip?
That's from exhibit. What?
Part 47. Seen this before, Sergeant Zwickler?
Yes.
Yes, you have. Okay, good. Play it. Please stop the video. Sergeant, is this you on the far right side of the video?
Yes.
Okay. And you are basically providing some lethal cover for the officers? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the scene as you remember it? Please play it.
That's Detective Fazzino.
Okay, and he was in a separate vehicle with you and Rappa to go to the scene here, correct?
Yes.
Okay, please play it. Stop it. And that.
That's Officer Rappa.
Another state troopers between the two of you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Play it. Stop it. Do you recall, in terms of this, and it's hard to, I know you may not be able to, at what juncture the taser was deployed?
I can't recall.
Okay, please play it. Okay. And then we just saw Trooper North's firearms gun, correct?
Correct.
When you were there, did you realize the car was running?
No.
No further questions.
Mr. Chairman, with you.
Good afternoon.
How you doing?
Sergeant Zwickler, correct?
Yes.
Just a few questions.
Sure.
I'm going to ask you questions based upon what we just saw. And if my count was correct, there were, in addition to Trooper North and you, 3 people had lethal cover on this white Hyundai Sonata, correct?
I don't recall at the time how many people had lethal cover, but from that video, yes.
So you know you did.
Yes.
And as the video shows, Trooper North did, correct?
Yes.
At one point, if you know, did Trooper Jackson have lethal cover at some point?
I don't know.
Okay. There was an individual that was directly in front of you, as we just saw in that video. Who was the officer who was directly in front of you?
The West Haven officer or state trooper?
Whoever it was that was directly in front of you.
I had watched that video after the fact, and I didn't see that. There was a third trooper there. I didn't see him during that incident.
Okay. Nevertheless, you had lethal cover, and you had lethal cover because of the dangerousness of the situation, correct?
Yes.
Based upon the information that was provided to you at the time.
Yes.
Now, And again, you observed Trooper North from your own vision, from what your recollection is that day, that evening, Trooper North had lethal cover as well.
Yes.
This all happened very quickly, did it not?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived on scene, you testified as to what you saw, so I just want to ask you about those observations. And you wrote a report about your experiences that day and what you saw. They're writing police reports so that they're acting upon in the future, correct?
Correct.
And that's how police officers are trained when they are told to write reports, and they do in fact write reports. Their reports are written so that they could court proceedings or other purposes, right?
Correct.
Now in your report, this is after you're on scene, you were at the rear no one told him to break that window, right?
Right.
And to say, did anyone order him, tell him? But as far as you know, he did it on his own. He initially tried to use, if you know, he initially tried to use.
I'm not sure where the knife came from.
Okay, but he used the baton, and after multiple strikes, that all the windows in the car through it being shattered. Officers outside of it.
Yes.
Now, knowing that there is a unobstructed clear path between the driver of that vehicle and the officers, you dig into his waistband with, I think you would.
Can I stand up?
With the court's permission, yes. Well, maybe. To the right hand, from say mid-torso to your
What is again in session? You may be seated. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Marshall. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Anything come up over the break?
No.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, can we get the jury? Six jurors and two alternates.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Devlin.
Okay, our next witness is Trooper Joshua Jackson.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or sign sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you should give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
May you state your first and last name for the record?
Joshua Jackson.
May you please spell out your last name for the record?
Jackson.
May you please state your badge number and business address, please?
1422 1111 Country Club Road, Middletown, Connecticut.
Thank you, sir.
Please have a seat and pull up to the microphone so we can hear you. You may inquire.
Thank you,
Mr. Devlin.
By whom are you employed, Mr. Jackson?
The Connecticut State Police.
Okay. And what is your current rank?
Trooper.
And when did you complete your training as a Connecticut State Police Trooper?
I graduated the academy approximately December 17, 2015.
Okay. Were you a classmate of Brian North?
I am.
Okay. Friend of Brian North?
I am.
Direct your attention to January 15, 2020. Were you working that day?
I was.
And what was your work assignment?
I was assigned to patrol on evening shift.
Okay. And what state police troop?
Troop G,
And that's located where?
Bridgeport.
And a little after 4:30 in the afternoon that day, were you aware of the fact that the Norwalk Police Department was engaged in pursuing a vehicle down around Route 7 and 95 down there? Were you aware of that?
I was aware.
And that they had terminated their pursuit, correct?
At some point, they broadcast that they broke it off, yes.
And then at some point, state police officers resumed the pursuit, correct?
Correct.
And that was maybe in the greater Bridgeport area?
I believe it was approximately in that area, yes.
Okay. And then ultimately, the vehicle that was being pursued was what type of vehicle?
It was a Hyundai Sonata.
What color?
White.
And did that Hyundai ultimately exit 95 at exit 43 in West Haven?
It did.
All right. And did you follow the vehicle as it went down the exit 43 exit ramp?
I did.
And were you the first police vehicle immediately behind the Hyundai?
I was.
And where did that Hyundai go?
The Hyundai made a left on the Campbell Avenue.
Okay. And did you see how it came to a stop?
The Hyundai collided into the rear of a black Chevy Trailblazer that was under the I-95 overpass.
Okay. And where did you position your police cruiser?
I positioned my cruiser on the driver's side of the Hyundai.
Okay. And how close?
My cruiser was touching the Hyundai.
Okay. And what part of your cruiser was touching the Hyundai approximately?
I would say approximately the passenger side door area, B-pillar area.
Okay. And what part of the Hyundai was it touching?
Approximately the same area, the B-pillar area of the car.
Okay. Was it possible to open the door to get in or out of the car from that based on the orientation of the Hyundai and your police cruiser?
I do not know if someone would be able to open the door. I wasn't in the car.
Okay. But I mean, could somebody get out of the car at that side? Even they could open it a little bit?
They may have been able to open the door slightly, but I don't know if they could have exited the vehicle.
I mean, it was really close, it wasn't, in terms of your car against the Hyundai?
Correct.
Okay. So when you got out of your cruiser, what did you say to the operator of the Hyundai?
I told the operator to get out of the car.
And how many times did you say that?
I would say I said approximately 2 to 3 times.
Okay. And did you say anything else to the operator of the car until the shots were fired?
I did not.
Did anybody else say anything else to the operator of the car until the shots were fired?
I do not recall if anyone else said anything. It was extremely loud under the overpass.
Okay. Well, what were the sources of the noise?
There was sirens going off in the background, and then just your regular highway traffic noise from above.
Okay. Well, was it so loud? Do you think the operator actually heard what you said?
I stated it very loudly. I don't know if you heard it, but I did say it very loudly.
Okay. So ultimately, you took position on the passenger side of the car, correct?
I relocated to the passenger side.
Right.
Yes.
And Trooper North was on the driver's side.
Correct.
And the operator was at the driver's seat of the car, and the doors were closed and the windows were up, correct?
Correct.
And did you attempt to open the passenger side door?
I did, and the door was either locked or for some reason the door did not open.
Okay. And did anyone try to open the driver's side door?
I do not think so, no.
Okay, because it was close to your car.
Correct.
All right. Have you had training in de-escalation?
Yes.
And what does that mean, de-escalation?
I would define it as trying to calm down people in a tense situation or a high adrenaline situation, bring them from, up here back down to here.
Reduce the intensity of the situation. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. Was any effort made to de-escalate the situation with this stopped Hyundai?
We're typically trained that de-escalation can only be done when feasible. I did not feel at that time it was feasible. So no de-escalation was really done on my part.
Well, the car was blocked in, correct?
Correct.
By your car, Trooper North's cruiser, the Trailblazer, and Trooper Don's car in the rear, correct?
Correct.
You were armed and you had your gun pointed at the Hyundai, correct?
I had it pointed at the driver, correct?
At the driver, okay. And the Trooper North was armed and he had his gun pointed at the driver.
It appeared that way.
And there was West Haven police officers. Had they arrived by this time?
They arrived almost simultaneously as we arrived.
Okay. And they were armed as well, correct?
It appeared they were.
Well, did you see it?
I did not see them actually drawn at that point because they were behind me.
Okay. All right. You're saying that you had no opportunity to even make any engagement with the operator of that vehicle to try to de-escalate the situation?
Our primary goal at that point was to remove and restrain and handcuff the driver who just led us on a police pursuit.
Right. But I mean, you could have done that a variety of ways, correct? And one way would have been to calm things down and get the guy to get out of the car voluntarily. That would have been one way to do it, right?
It would have been difficult to have an extensive communication with him, being that he was inside the car and it was very loud around the car.
Well, why would it be difficult?
It would be hard to communicate with him.
Don't you have public address speakers on your cruisers?
We do, but that wouldn't help us hear what he's trying to say to us if he was communicating with us.
Well, you could communicate with him, though, through your PA system, correct?
Well, we could communicate one way, but we wouldn't be able to understand if he was trying to say anything to us.
All right. But did you try to do that, communicate one way?
The only communication I made was telling him to get out of the car.
Twice, right?
Approximately 2 to 3 times.
Well, we'll see. Okay. Now, at some point, the West Haven police officer, oh, by the way, who was in control of the scene at that time?
I wouldn't say there was any one specific person in control of the scene. We were all working together.
So nobody was in control?
We were in control of the scene, but there was no one specific person who took leadership of the scene. We were all working together.
So no leader?
I would just say there was no one that specifically took individual command of the scene. We're all working together.
Now, you could have waited for Sergeant Carley or Sergeant Hennessy to come to the scene, couldn't you?
That's not how we usually operate. We usually would work to, get someone detained on our own versus waiting for a supervisor to arrive when we have no idea where they even are, how long it would take them to get there.
Well, wasn't Sergeant Carley at Troop G when you left Troop G to get on the highway to pursue this pursuit?
I do not know where Sergeant Kiley was.
When you left the troop, he wasn't there?
I don't know where he was. I didn't see where his location was.
Okay. In any event, you could have contacted him on the radio and asked him to come to West Haven, exit 43, correct?
That's not how we usually operate. We usually work in the field under our own to make an arrest or, do what we need to do to contain the situation.
Were you aware of the fact that state police has a policy which requires supervisors to take control of pursuits? Are you aware of that?
I'm aware.
Well, why didn't you allow them to take control of the pursuit and the stop?
Well, that policy dictates a supervisor to monitor a pursuit as it's occurring live time and to make a decision whether to continue or break off a pursuit.
Right. It also indicates that they're to respond to the scene.
Yeah, they respond to the scene at some point in time. It doesn't require us to sit there and wait until they respond.
What was the big rush?
There was an individual in a car armed with a weapon. So the rush was
He had a knife, reportedly, correct?
Correct.
He's locked in this car with the windows up, surrounded by police cars and armed police officers, right?
Correct.
What was the big rush?
He very well could have had other weapons in the car that we didn't know about.
But you didn't know about that, right?
That doesn't mean that he didn't have any.
Well,
we treat all.
Okay. Did you inquire about that from Norwalk PD?
Norwalk PD only had information that they had. They don't know all the information. People conceal weapons, guns, all sorts of different weapons in cars all the time.
Right. Well, if you were concerned about him having other weapons, why did you run up to the car like that?
Because we needed to remove him from the car and detain him.
Why
in
didn't you
handcuffs.
take cover behind your police car and make a plan? Isn't it highly dangerous to run up to the side of a police car that you just stopped in a felony stop?
Our job is inherently dangerous.
Right,
Every part of our
but
job is
isn't your training not to do that?
There's no specific training as to how to apprehend a suspect that we were just in a pursuit with.
I didn't ask you that. Isn't your training not to approach a car in a felony stop? Isn't it appropriate to take cover on that car and not just run up to it?
Well, where I was positioned on the car, I had cover from the engine block and also the A-pillar area should I needed to duck down to cover.
All right,
there was cover there. Trooper North was approximately in the same position I was, just on the opposite side of the car.
Right.
He also would have had the engine block and A-pillar area to duck to cover if he needed to.
To duck to cover?
Squat down to cover.
But he didn't squat down.
He didn't need to at that moment.
And you didn't squat down.
Because I was getting ready to enter the car.
Right. You both could have gotten shot, right?
Correct.
He had a gun.
Correct.
But he didn't have a gun. And there was no evidence that he had a gun.
Correct, but we can't just assume he didn't have a gun.
You just assumed he didn't have a gun.
No, I said we cannot just assume that he doesn't have a gun.
All right. So at some point, the West Haven officer breaks the window in the car.
Correct.
Did you tell him to do that?
I did not.
Did you tell him not to do that?
I did not.
Did you tell him to stop?
I did not.
What was the purpose of that?
So we could be able to enter the car to remove the driver from the car since the door was locked.
And who made that plan?
There was no pre-made plan. It was just, West Haven grabbed my baton and just started breaking the window.
And that was it? Just kind of make it up as you go along?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
I'll withdraw, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, because I would have sustained it.
Okay. Okay, so the window gets broken and you, at that point, attempted to deploy your taser, correct?
I did deploy the taser.
Okay. And were you aware the car was running?
I was aware it was running, yes.
Are you aware of state police policy not to deploy tasers against operators of running vehicles?
I don't believe the policy specifically states running vehicles, and the policy also states that it's a guideline, not a hard written rule.
Well, if someone is in a running car, okay, in the driver's seat, and they're tased, isn't there this so-called neuromuscular incapacitation that's supposed to happen?
Correct, but the vehicle was stopped at that time.
Well, the vehicle moved 5 feet forward right after Mr. Soulemane's body was pulled out. You're aware of that?
I saw on the video after that it rolled forward, yes.
And if that taser had worked, wouldn't there be a risk the driver could slam down the driver's pedal and run into Mr. North, Trooper North?
I don't know what could have happened if the taser was effective.
But that's why they have the policy not to do that, to deploy tasers against people in running automobiles. Isn't that correct?
The vehicle is also in pretty close proximity to other vehicles and would not have moved very far.
All right. So Mr. North Trooper North fired 7 shots, correct?
Trooper North fired his pistol, yes.
How many times?
I don't know the exact number of times.
Okay. And did you hear him say drop the knife?
I did.
Did he say that before he fired his pistol or after?
I believe he said it after.
After. And at some point, Trooper Jackson, you submitted a statement regarding your observations on this evening,
I did.
and that was a couple of months after this incident happened?
I do not know what the date was. It was after the incident, yes.
Okay. And how did you go out preparing for that statement?
I prepared for that statement by reviewing body camera video, in-car video, listening to radio transmissions, and just thinking about all the events after they happened.
Okay, and who was present when you did that review?
I wrote the statement on my own in my cruiser. I don't know who was everyone that was present to review it. Members of the union were present and
Who was
reviewed
that?
it. There was various members of the union.
You don't recall any of them?
I believe one of them was the executive director, Andrew Matthews. Another one would have been the union attorney, Jeff Ment.
Mr. Matt, Attorney Ment over here?
Yes.
Okay. So let's play your body-worn camera. Let's make it 42, Your Honor. Mr. Jackson, body-worn camera 1. Let's do it. 2. You said get out of the car twice, correct?
Correct.
Say anything else to Mr. Soulemane?
I did not.
Please play it. Stop the juice, okay? And so you were standing outside of the Hyundai when Trooper North fired his gun, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Mr. Akio? Thank you, Your Honor.
Chat a moment with Attorney Smith.
Yes.
Trooper Jackson, good afternoon. It's Trooper Jackson, correct?
Correct.
We've never met before, correct?
Correct.
I represent Trooper Brian North. What I like to do is sort of calmly bring us through this event. You obviously remember what happened on January 15th, 2020, correct?
Correct.
And you recall, as you were asked about, you recall giving a statement later, meaning after January 15th, you gave a statement to law enforcement regarding
this incident, correct?
Correct.
And then in that statement, you had a chance to review what you wrote in your cruiser, you had a chance to review it, and everything in that statement is true to the best of your knowledge, correct? All right. Well, let's talk about it. And let's talk about what happened that day. Let's talk about what you dealt with, and let's talk about what happened in West Haven. We just watched body-worn, one of the clips, that is your body-worn camera under the overpass at exit 43. Is that what we just saw?
It is.
All right. I'm going to show you a clip that's already been admitted to evidence. It's, I think, exhibit 42, part of 47. It's an earlier clip of your body-worn camera earlier on this afternoon. I'm going to ask that it be played, and then after it's played, I'm going to ask some questions. I may or may not ask it be stopped once or twice, but I'm going to ask you to draw your attention to the screen, okay?
Okay.
President 45. Provision 1422-869. PD officers that are investigating are stating that this is now a carjacking incident. Just use caution. The individual did not know.
Can you stop, Teresa, please? Thank you. Now, sir, did you just hear what this exhibit played?
I did.
And what was it that Troop G, what was the message that Troop G sent out to Connecticut State Police?
Troop G just informed us that this incident is now a carjacking incident and that the driver had a knife in the vehicle and to use caution.
All right. Now, regarding pursuits, is it fair to say that the policy of the Connecticut State Police regarding pursuits, if it only relates to stolen vehicles, essentially it's encouraged that there not be a pursuit, correct?
Correct.
But if violence has happened, is happening, or is about to happen, pursuits are authorized, correct?
Correct.
And based upon that information, that is to say, information of a carjacking suspect has a knife, that's the information that you were given at the time you acted on that information.
Correct.
Now, at the time this video was taken, do you recall where you were?
I was at the Troop G barracks.
Okay, that's in Bridgeport.
Correct.
Right off of the highway.
Correct.
So you have quick access onto the highway.
Correct.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to now ask that you watch the screen again. This is your MVR camera from your motor vehicle, your vehicle. So I'm going to ask that you watch it, and then I'm going to ask some questions. I may ask Attorney Slick to stop it once or twice.
Is that exhibit 47 also?
47 as well, yes, sir. Okay.
Now, sir, as this plays, you're driving this car. This is your trooper vehicle.
Yes.
And what are the speeds that you're hitting as you're pursuing the white Hyundai Sonata?
I believe the speeds were approximately 90 to almost 100 miles per hour.
Right. So you're the lead vehicle right now. That is to say, you're the first police car in line.
At this moment in the video, I'm still trying to catch up with Trooper North, who relocated the vehicle.
So Trooper North's vehicle is that police car that we see on the screen with his lights flashing.
Yes.
Can we stop the video, Attorney Slit? Thank you very much. Now, I'll hit play again in a moment, but Trooper North is in front of the white Hyundai Sonata, correct?
Correct.
Your car is to the left of the white Hyundai Sonata, correct?
Correct.
And what's the effort being made at this point? What's the plan at this point?
The plan is to box in the Hyundai Sonata and bring it to a controlled stop.
Okay. And what's the reason for undergoing that? Why would you do that?
We would do this to end the pursuit.
Okay. Now, this pursuit's on 995, weekday afternoon, rush hour, correct?
Correct.
Attorney Slip, please. Thank you. The boxing in was unsuccessful, and the white Hyundai Sonata continues down the road, correct?
Correct. The Hyundai Sonata rammed through our boxing in attempt and almost caused me to lose control of my cruiser and collide with the concrete barrier.
Okay. Again, as the video continues to roll, white Hyundai Sonata continues at speeds of up to 100 miles an hour. Is that fair to say?
That is fair.
Weaving in and out of traffic,
Correct.
using the breakdown lane on occasion.
Correct. The white Hyundai was using all lanes and shoulders and medians of the highway.
Tracy, can you stop for a moment? Now, I notice at this point that Trooper North is not in front of you. Trooper North is now, I would assume, behind you. Is that fair to say?
That's fair. Correct.
And is there a reason for that repositioning of cars?
During our attempt to box in the Hyundai, I ended up getting in front of Trooper North and assumed primary on the pursuit.
Continue, please. Thank you. Again, as the video continues to play, we're now in the town of West Haven, and the white Hyundai Sonata continues to drive very high speeds, weaving in and out of traffic, almost colliding with more vehicles. Is that a fair assessment?
That is fair.
We just saw this overhead sign of Sawmill Road, exit 42. So we're now in West Haven. The car continues to move very recklessly, correct?
Correct.
Even as the white Hyundai Sonata approaches exit 43, soon to anyway, traffic's starting to build, but he continues to drive in a reckless fashion.
Very reckless fashion. Correct.
Now, obviously, the law in the state of Connecticut is if a police officer has his lights illuminated this way, the law requires the motorist to stop, correct?
Correct.
white Hyundai Sonata is still driving at an excessive rate, now approaching exit 43. And exit 43 is where the white Hyundai Sonata left the highway, correct?
Correct.
You can stop the video, Attorney, so thank you very much. Now, you were asked about de-escalation. De-escalation, if I heard it correctly, only should occur when feasible, correct?
Correct.
Only when able, correct?
Correct.
Only when safe to do so, correct?
Correct.
Now, let's talk about what you knew off of exit 43 under the overpass. What did you know? You knew that this was reported to be a carjacking. Suspect has a knife, correct?
Correct.
You know that this started in the town of Norwalk. You knew that much. You don't know exactly what happened in Norwalk, but you knew this started in Norwalk because Norwalk was communicating, correct?
Correct.
You know because you got on at Troop G, which is, what exit is that? Exit 27 or 27A? 27A?
It would be the 27 on ramp.
Okay. So you followed the white Hyundai Sonata from exit 27 to exit 43, correct?
When the Hyundai Sonata passed by 27, I did not have sight of it. But when I caught up to Trooper North, that's when I caught up to the Hyundai Sonata.
Okay. But it's fair to say that you pursued this vehicle driving almost in excess of 80, 90, 100 miles an hour through Bridgeport, Stratford, Milford, West Haven.
Yes.
So you know there was carjacking suspect has a knife. You know this white Hyundai Sonata is being operated at top speeds around hundreds of motors, correct?
Correct.
He collides with you in an attempt to you to try to box him out. He collides with you and you almost hit the median, correct?
Correct. And he collided with Trooper North's cruiser as well.
And he collided with Trooper North as well. And that's something that you saw, correct?
Correct.
A car could be used as a deadly weapon, can it not?
Absolutely.
At speeds of 100 miles an hour, that would be very dangerous had he actually collided with another motorist. Putting you and Trooper North aside, if he collided with anyone, that dangerous weapon could have really caused terrible problems, correct?
Correct.
But he did collide with you. And how fast would you say you were driving, your speed that is, when he collided with you when you were trying to box him out?
I would say at that point, we were probably traveling approximately 50 miles an hour, slowing down, but around that speed.
Driving 50 miles an hour is already fast. We know the speed limit is 55. And regardless of whether or not everybody follows that, the fact of the matter is it's a fast speed, and you're being asked to try to box him out, making contact with him, moving at a high rate of speed on 995.
Correct.
And he damaged your vehicle.
Correct.
He damaged Trooper North's vehicle.
Correct.
That boxing in attempt was unsuccessful because the driver of that white Hyundai Sonata then moved quickly to his left and then took off again.
Correct.
So getting back to what you knew what happened through what was reported. You knew how this vehicle was being driven from Bridgeport to West Haven. And you knew that, in fact, when the driver of the white Hyundai Sonata got off exit 43, he went around people and went through a red light. So he recklessly got off the highway as well, right?
Right.
Now, he then hits the Trailblazer. You saw that.
Correct.
We wonder what would have happened had he not, because that stopped the white Hyundai Sonata from its traveling, correct?
Correct.
So now you get out of the car, and this is what you know. You know what happened in Norwalk, again, through what was reported. You knew what just happened for 10 plus minutes on the highway. So now let's bring you to the scene. When you get to the scene, you first start on the driver's side, you go to the passenger side.
Correct.
originally you had lethal cover.
Correct.
And why was that? Why lethal cover is you have your firearm out, right?
Correct.
Why did you have your firearm out?
At this point, it was considered a felony stop because we had the vehicle stopped, and that's standard procedure. Also, the suspect, it was relayed to us they had a knife, which is a deadly weapon, which would also warrant that type of cover.
And to an answer you were asked earlier, you knew he had a knife through what was reported, but you didn't really know what else could have been in there.
Right. He could have had any range of different weapons in the car.
Okay. We later learned that he did, in fact, have a knife in that car, correct?
Correct.
But again, you don't know what you're dealing with other than what you just observed and what's been reported.
Correct.
Right? Trooper North tells you to go to taser.
Correct.
Taser's a non-lethal cover. Correct. And you went to non-lethal cover. You went to your taser. West Haven was there pretty much at the exact same time.
Right.
In fact, we've heard about Officer Rappa. This is the gentleman that was standing next to you with the baton. You remember him?
I didn't know his name, but I do remember him.
Okay. You didn't tell him to break the window, right?
No.
But he took your baton to break the window.
I handed him my baton, correct.
Again, this wasn't a plan. Did you have time to make a plan?
There was no time to make a formal plan.
This whole incident under the overpass, from the moment your cars stopped to the moment Officer North discharged his weapon, was less than a minute, was it not?
Approximately, yes.
Be that as it may, the West Haven officer, you didn't know his name at the time, takes it upon himself to try to break the window, correct?
Correct.
Now, we've heard testimony. I'll ask you the same thing. You've talked about extrication. That's one of the things that you're taught, that extrication, if you can do it, should be done.
Correct.
By the way, these policies and procedures we keep hearing a lot about, they're just policies. They're not hard and fast rules, right? They're policies. They're guidelines. You don't follow them to the letter of the law, correct?
Correct. Most of the time, a black and white policy doesn't always translate to a live event in the field.
Real life situations are a lot different than what's in a book. Can we agree on that?
Agree, yep.
Now, the West Haven officer uses the baton, breaks the window. In your statement, you go on to say that West Haven officer was very close to both me and the suspect's car. He was very close, was he not, to that car?
Correct.
Now, on one or more occasions, you were close to the car, agreed?
Agreed.
And on one or more occasions, did you put your hand on the door in order to try to see if you can open that door?
I did on at least one occasion try to open the door. I do not know if there was more than one occasion, but definitely one.
All right, and why would you do that? Or why would you have done that?
In order to gain access to the inside of the vehicle to remove and handcuff the driver.
Extrication.
Correct.
Now that you're close to the car and the window is now broken, your statement says, I then saw the operator of the white Hyundai Sonata make a sudden rapid movement and saw that he had a silver object in his hand. That's what you saw, correct?
That's what I saw.
And in what hand was he possessing that silver object?
I believe it was his right hand.
You go on to say, I could see that this was a knife in his hand and that he did not have his seatbelt on. I failed to ask you that. Did he have a seatbelt on?
He took his seatbelt off.
So he was not restricted to his seats that a seatbelt normally would.
Right, he was free to move around.
And again, I could see that this was a knife in his hand and that he did not have his seatbelt on. So you saw that it was a knife.
I did.
And how was it that he was holding that knife?
He was holding it, had it in his hand at I guess you call it the grip of the knife. And he was moving it in a very threatening and aggressive manner, as if he was planning to do something with that knife.
Before the window was broken, before the West Haven officer broke the window, Mr. Soulemane was just lying there. When I say lying there, he was sitting unresponsive. Is that a fair assessment?
Correct.
His eyes were closed.
I do not know if his eyes were closed, but he was not responding to anything that was occurring.
So he wasn't responding to your commands or anyone's commands, correct?
Correct.
Can you de-escalate a situation when someone's unresponsive?
It would be extremely difficult, most likely not going to happen.
Now, the window breaks, and by all accounts, the window jarred and brought Mr. Soulemane to life, right? He's no longer sitting unresponsive. He's now responsive, right?
Right.
You state in your report, the suspect turned his whole torso area towards the undersigned while looking directly at the undersigned. What does that mean? What did he do?
He made a very fast and rapid movement towards me with a knife in his hand, as if he was going to do something harmful with that knife.
Now, Officer Rappa, the West Haven officer, was close to you as well, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, the West Haven officer arguably was closer to that vehicle, maybe by inches, but closer to that vehicle than you were. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
Depending on the moment in time, correct?
Correct.
You still had your taser on the ready, and in fact, you discharged your taser.
Correct.
Again, this is at the same time that you've seen the knife. The driver, without a seatbelt, is now turning towards you with the knife, right?
Correct.
You deploy your taser, the taser wasn't effective. Is that fair to say?
Correct. When I deployed the taser, my thoughts were deploy taser and make one fluid motion to immediately restrain and remove the driver from the vehicle, due to the taser only having an effect for approximately a few seconds on the driver before he resumes his normal movement.
As your statement says, at this time I was in close proximity to the suspect's vehicle and only had a taser in my hand. So at that point, when Trooper North says, go to taser, you went to taser.
Correct. Correct.
So you, at this moment in time, this is after the window's broken, you don't have a gun in your possession immediately ready to use, correct?
Correct.
The West Haven officer doesn't have a gun in his hand immediately ready to use, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
In fact, he had just had his hand upon a baton to break the window.
Correct.
And did you see the West Haven officer make any attempts to try to open that door, touch the door handle, or anything like that?
I believe he did try to open the door at one point in time.
Your statement, consistent with the question I just asked you, you stated, I don't think the West Haven officer had a weapon in his hands.
Correct. I believe he only had my baton in his hand at that time as he was breaking the window.
So you don't have a gun. He, the West Haven officer, doesn't have a gun. You have a taser deployment that wasn't effective, correct?
Correct.
You were able to tell that very quickly?
Correct.
The driver of that white Hyundai Sonata was wearing a puffy coat?
Correct.
Okay. You state, I was fearful for my safety and believed that I was in imminent danger since the suspect was focused on me with a knife.
That is correct.
He was less than 6 feet or so from me. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, since Officer Rappa, the West Haven officer, was either at the same distance or closer, as you stated, that means he would have been less than 6 feet. He, the West Haven officer, would have been less than 6 feet from the driver of that Hyundai Sonata, correct?
Correct.
The window's been broken, and now there's a clear unobstructed path between the driver of the Hyundai Sonata and you, correct?
Correct.
And there's a clear unobstructed path between the driver of that Hyundai Sonata and the West Haven officer. correct?
Correct.
Notwithstanding this, you still deploy your taser, as we discussed. Not effective, but you still deployed your taser. You didn't fire a weapon, your gun, correct?
Correct.
And then immediately thereafter, Trooper North fired his weapon.
Correct.
The time frame here, this all happened very, very fast, did it not?
Yes, very fast.
Again, even by your testimony, less than a minute from beginning to end, from the moment you got out of your car to the moment that the gun was fired. Less than a minute.
Correct.
You didn't have an opportunity to de-escalate the situation, did you?
I did not.
You couldn't. You couldn't have an opportunity to de-escalate the situation because by your own words, you felt you were in an imminent fear of danger because there was a clear path between you and that knife that Mr. Soulemane possessed, correct?
Correct. And from training and experience, I've seen how quickly someone can move across a car when they're highly motivated to do so.
Now, he was unresponsive, but when he became responsive, did it appear as though he was having sort of fast movements?
Very fast movements.
Another thing that you're considering, subconsciously or not, is that the operator of that white Hyundai Sonata, though he's unresponsive, had just driven from Bridgeport to West Haven on 995 at 100 miles an hour, correct?
Correct.
So he was alert during, you would think, alert during that period of time, correct?
Correct.
And we know how he acted on the highway, but he also, you would have been alert in Norwalk whenever he did what he did down there, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Stay.
Nevertheless, after he was unresponsive, he became responsive, and you described what you observed his actions were on that day.
Correct.
You were asked questions by Attorney Devlin regarding who was in command, who was in charge of the scene. Now, your answer was no one was in charge of the scene, right? There was no one there that was in a position of authority, correct?
I wouldn't say we weren't in control of the scene. I would just say there was no one individual who was commanding the scene. It was everyone together was doing their own part.
And commanding officers, those that would call off pursuits, for example, they don't have to be at the scene or personally be at the pursuit to call off a pursuit, right?
Correct.
This pursuit was never called off by anybody.
It was not called off.
So, and all of this having happened in less than a minute, there was no time to say, all right, everybody, let's hit pause. Let's get a sergeant here. You couldn't do that, correct?
Correct.
Connecticut State Police knew what was going on because as the dispatch has shown, there were communications about the movement of this incident, correct?
Correct. And
go ahead.
Correct. And the state police also, at least at our barracks, have access to the DOT cameras and they can watch the entire event.
And that was my next question. I imagine that there's a dark room in Troop G where there's plenty of video screens that watch DOT cameras.
Correct.
You couldn't wait for Sergeant Kiley or Sergeant Hennessy to arrive. There simply wasn't enough time, right?
Correct. That would not be feasible.
Had this incident unfolded the way that it did, and you waited for someone to arrive, someone could have been hurt with that knife.
Correct.
You could have been hurt with that knife.
Correct.
You could have been killed with that knife.
Correct.
The West Haven officer could have been killed with that knife.
Correct.
And while extrication is certainly something that you're trained to do if you can, it wasn't feasible to do, you couldn't extricate someone who's coming at you with a knife, correct?
Correct.
We're not talking about a closed window here. The window is open, clear, unobstructed path, correct?
Correct.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Just a couple more questions, sir, Trooper. When the state was asking you questions about you could have done this, you could have done that, you should have done this, you should have done that. You've heard the term hindsight's 2020, correct?
Correct.
You've also heard the term Monday morning quarterbacking.
Correct.
Both of those terms seem to suggest that it's.
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
I'm not arguing with them.
I don't. I'll overrule it.
Both of those terms suggest that it's easier to evaluate a situation after it happened rather than as it happens, right?
Right.
Hindsight's 2020. Looking back and evaluating it after it happened, you got a clear view when you have time to stop and review and think, right?
Right.
You don't have hindsight as it's happening, correct?
In addition, you don't have hindsight. You also have a very highly stressful situation that you're in as well.
Well, I'm happy you mentioned that because this was one of the most stressful situations that you've ever been in, correct?
Correct.
And Attorney Devlin had asked you, I believe, about sort of the surroundings. What was it you were dealing with? Not only had you just been involved in a pursuit, the sirens were going, people are screaming, the traffic over 95 or on 95 is loud. It was probably the loudest, if not one of the loudest scenes you've ever been at, correct?
Correct.
So you're dealing with stress, you're dealing with volume, you're dealing with the gravity of the whole situation, and you're dealing with a scenario that you may have been trained to do, but real life, it's a lot different, is it not?
Correct. And we're never trained for every single specific scenario. We just have a general training, and then you have to apply it to scenarios as you come across them.
And that's what you did here.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
So at the end of this pursuit, would you say the adrenaline level in your blood level was high?
I would.
Were you amped up?
I would say I was elevated.
Were you angry?
I was not angry.
Were you upset the fact that this guy crashed through your police car?
I was not upset.
Okay. Your goal was to make an arrest, right?
Correct.
You've indicated to Attorney Riccio 4 or 5 times in his examination that there was no time to make a plan, no time to hit the pause button, no time to sort of gather yourself together before you proceeded. Is that right?
Correct. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability to hit a pause button, so to speak.
Well, you could have stopped your police cars when that car was surrounded, the windows were up, the doors were locked, and you could have developed a plan, couldn't you?
I don't think there would have been a feasible way to develop a plan.
So the only thing you could do was basically what you did?
Correct.
Okay. So are you saying that before the window was broken, when the car was surrounded by, couldn't move because the cars were surrounding it, and Soulemane was essentially out of it in the seat of the car, not presenting a danger to anybody, you could not have formulated some sort of plan to move forward on this project?
He was still presenting a danger to all of us. Just because he was at that moment not moving doesn't mean that he can't change that behavior in an instant.
Well, you could have stood behind your police cars, right?
Well, we're not trained to hide from the scene. We're trained to make an arrest.
You know, you're trained to act safely, right? Officer safety is paramount, correct?
Correct.
All right. So officer safety being paramount, running up to that car endangered officer safety, didn't it?
Correct.
Correct. So you could have stayed in your cars, near your cars, and said, look, we got this car stopped, Sergeant Kiley, Sergeant Hennessy. What instructions should you give us? You could have done that.
That's not how we
No, you
operate.
could have done that, sir.
We
I know
could
you
have.
didn't do it, but you could have done it.
We could have, but that would not have been feasible
Why not?
because the suspect could have easily taken off again, exited the vehicle.
You got him cut. How could he take off again? The cars are surrounding him. You got the Trailblazer, your car's touching the car
Right, but he also rammed through our attempt to block him in and was able
on
to.
95. And I
Correct.
understand that, but this is not on 95. The car is stopped. It's surrounded by police cars. It's surrounded by civilian cars. It's surrounded by armed police officers. Correct?
There was no other cars on the passenger side of his car. He could have driven to the right side over the sidewalk if he had wanted to.
So you mentioned to Attorney Riccio that he had a clear, unobstructed path from the driver's seat to where you were. Is that right?
Correct.
So that means he would have, this gentleman who was 5 feet 10 inches tall, would have had to move from the bucket seat in front of the steering wheel over the center console, across the other bucket seat, and climb out this window. Is that what you consider a clear, unobstructed view?
I do not know how tall he was, but I have seen people move across cars very quickly.
Okay.
So I would say
And
yes, that is an
did he start
unobstructed
moving
view.
across the car toward you?
He made a rapid movement towards me.
We'll
yes.
look at that in a second, the so-called rapid movement. But did he move across, for example, did he put his leg across the center console?
He did not.
No. And had he done that, there's armed police officers around that could have instantly addressed that, correct?
Correct.
So can you just demonstrate for the jury exactly what, let's use, do you have a pen on you, sir?
I do not.
Okay, let's use this pencil. What exactly was the driver doing that you described as so aggressive?
I'm not sure what exactly you're asking.
Demonstrate what you saw the driver doing that you said was so aggressive toward you.
I initially saw the driver reaching into his waistband like this. And then the driver retrieved a silver object from his waistband, and I saw it to be the knife.
Okay.
And then he turned his torso area towards me.
He twisted.
Twisted, correct.
And then he twisted away.
I did not see him twist away.
So let's look at your body mark here. Could you please play PWC 2 on Mr. Jackson?
And the exhibit number, Mr.
That's 47, Your Honor, sorry.
Thank you.
Is there a problem with that? I didn't notice that shut off.
After 43.
So I want you to tell us to stop the video when you see Mr. Soulemane making the movement you just described.
not sure if you heard me. Maybe if you replay the video.
What's that?
You may have not heard me say right here, but if you want to replay the video, I can do it again.
Well, you didn't. Did you tell us to stop the video?
I said right here, but you may have not heard me.
Okay. Play it again, please.
Here.
So he's turning back toward the driver at that point. He's turning toward the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
He is making a motion.
Toward Trooper North, not toward you. Retract it 5 seconds. He's turning toward north.
It's hard to really say pause here, especially when my body cam isn't at the level that my eyesight is at when the event was actually occurring. So it's hard for me to say exact moment when I see him, because what I see with my eyes is different than what the body cam is
So
showing.
that's what we just saw there. This is this rapid movement that presented a great threat to you. Is that right?
Correct.
No further questions.
Riccio, briefly.
Briefly, Your Honor. Did you not see him turn towards you?
I did see him turn towards me.
In that video that we just watched, right?
Correct.
Hindsight's 20/20, right?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor. Object to that.
Sustained. He was withdrawn, striking.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Trooper. You are excused.
Officer Rappa, please.
Did you say Rappa?
Rappa,
No.
yes. RAPPA, Your Honor.
So everybody please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly affirm as the case may be that the evidence you should get concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Robert Rappa,
Can you please spell out your last name for the record?
Rappa, RAPPA.
Can you please state your badge number and business address for the record?
My badge number is 221 200 Solomon Road, West Haven, Connecticut.
Thank you, sir.
Have a seat. No, sir, could you just pull up to the microphone so we can hear you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Officer Rappa, are you employed by the West Haven Police Department?
I am.
And what's your rank?
I'm a police officer.
And directing your attention to January 15, 2020, were you assigned to a particular unit within the West Haven Police Department?
I was assigned to the street crime unit.
Okay. And who is the supervisor of that unit?
Sergeant Jordan Zwickler.
Who was here earlier today?
Yes.
At some point that afternoon, around 5 o'clock or so, did you accompany Sergeant Zwickler to assist in a state police pursuit?
Yes.
All right. And did that pursuit end basically near the vicinity of exit 43 off of Interstate 95?
It did.
Okay. And more specifically, and that portion of Campbell Avenue that passes under Interstate 95?
Yes.
And when you got there, well, first off, when you were proceeding to exit 43, could you see the state police pursuit in front of you?
Yes, we saw the
Okay.
troopers go by.
So how far behind were you?
Quarter of a mile maybe.
Okay. And when you went right down the exit ramp and followed right where the troopers went?
Yes, and it was broadcast over the radio.
Okay. And where did Sergeant Zwickler park his police car?
Behind one of the trooper cars.
Okay. And were the lights and sirens on your car?
I believe they were.
Were lights and sirens on other police cars in the vicinity?
I believe they were.
Okay. And I mean, what was the sort of environment there?
Oh, it was very loud, noisy.
Okay. From what sources?
From the sirens, from the vehicles.
Okay.
Under 95.
Was it difficult to hear?
It was very difficult, yes.
And when you got there, were there other state police officers in the vicinity?
Yes, there were two up at the car at that point.
Okay. And where were they located?
One was on the driver's side and one was on the passenger side.
Okay. And what were they doing when you approached?
They had the occupant of the vehicle at gunpoint.
Okay, both had aimed their guns at the occupant of the vehicle?
Yeah, towards that area.
Okay. And could you see inside the car to see the occupant of the vehicle?
As I made my way up, I could.
Okay. And what was he doing?
He was sitting there motionless in the driver's seat.
Okay. Could you tell where he was looking or what his sort of affect was?
He appeared to be staring straight ahead, not moving.
Okay. Unusual? Would that seem unusual to you or not?
It seems strange, yes.
Okay. All right. Did it cross your mind that this person might be in have some kind of mental health issue or not?
I wasn't sure what was wrong with him at the
Okay. Okay. All right. And could you tell whether or not the vehicle he was in was running?
I believed it was running.
Okay. Now, when you got there, and Sergeant Zwickler and Detective Fazzino, also from the street crime unit, he accompanied you to this scene?
He was in a separate vehicle, yes, but he arrived shortly after us.
And how many state police officers? Two, right? Two state police officers or more than two?
I believe there was two up at the car, and I don't remember if I recollected or from the videos, there was a third one there as well.
Okay. So 5 or possibly 6 police officers in and around this vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. So did anybody formulate a plan to sort of move forward with this situation?
It was a very rapid situation.
Okay. And was anybody in command of the situation?
At that point, no.
Okay. So each officer was kind of acting on their own?
We're working together, yes.
Okay. All right. Toward what?
To hopefully take that person into custody.
Safely?
That'd be the goal, yes.
Okay. Officer safety, correct?
And also, yeah.
Okay. And so when you approached the vehicle, there's a white Hyundai Sonata, that was the vehicle that was stopped?
Yes.
Okay. When you approached that vehicle, did you try to open the passenger side door?
I don't recall if I tried to open it. I believe I saw the trooper try to open it as I was coming up, and it was locked.
It was locked. Okay. What happened after that?
I tried to utilize my knife, which had a glass breaker that didn't work, and then I ended up breaking the window with the baton of the trooper.
Okay. And that was something that you did on your own?
Yes.
Did anybody either order you to do that or tell you not to do that?
I was not directed
either way
or not to do it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. As you were striking the window with that baton, how many strikes did it require before the window actually broke?
I'm not sure. I'd have to rewatch it. Probably 7 or 8.
Okay. All right. And when it did break, was there glass that penetrated inside the passenger compartment of the car?
There must have been, yes.
Okay. And glass came back, was there pretty much glass everywhere with it?
Yes.
Okay. And was it conceivable for those glass fragments to travel to where the driver was?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. So you shattered the window with the baton, and then you cleared the shattered glass from around like the perimeter of the window?
Yep, I was attempting to.
Okay, all right. And what was the trooper next to you doing at that time?
At that time, he had switched to his taser.
Okay. And did he actually deploy the taser?
Yes, I believe he did.
Okay. What did you observe the operator do?
As the taser was deployed, the operator started to move at that point, and seemed like he was reaching down.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
I yelled out he was reaching. I started to back away to get some cover, and then I heard the gunshots.
Okay. And was all this compressed into just a few seconds?
Yes, it's a very short time.
From the taser deployment to the reaching to the gunshots, all really very.
Oh yeah, within seconds.
Okay. All right. Did you actually see the trooper on the driver's side firing his gun?
No, I did not.
Just heard it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. But I mean, would you say that the deployment of the taser and the firing of the gun were almost simultaneous?
They were very close together.
Okay. All right. Now, after the did you see the trooper on the driver's side of the car remove an object from the car?
Yes.
And what was that?
He removed a knife.
Okay. Was the operator of the vehicle who was shot now, was he removed from the vehicle?
He was.
How did that come about?
I removed him with assistance of a trooper and I believe it was another West Haven police officer.
Okay. And when that gentleman was taken out of the vehicle, what happened with the Hyundai automobile at that point?
It rolled forward until it collided with the vehicle in front of it.
Remember what kind of vehicle that was in front of it?
I believe it was an SUV, a dark
kind of
SUV.
Okay. All right. And so let's, would you please play the Goblins in the recording? Exhibit 47. Yes. It's part of Exhibit 47.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead and skip ahead. Yes, would you please? Okay, so. So he's proceeding. Stop it there, please. This is. Continue. Please stop it there. So is this how you recall the orientation of the vehicles when you arrived? Because you arrived moments after this.
Yes.
The white car sort of in that lane of traffic. There's a state police car right against it to the left. There's another civilian car in front of it like that. And I think there's another police car angled in front of the fender of the Hyundai.
Yes.
Okay. Please play it. Please stop it. Now, is that you, Officer Rappa, there by the passenger door?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, right. Thank you. Please play it. Okay, just go back 5 seconds, please. Okay. Could you go back 10 seconds then, please? Okay. Sorry about that. Just stop it there. So you pretty much cleared out the window, and the trooper to sort of behind you and to your right has his taser on. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. He's standing back. Stop it, please. Is it approximately at this point that the taser was deployed?
I believe that's when it was deployed.
Okay. And to the right there, far right is Sergeant Zwickler, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're sort of in front of Sergeant Zwickler?
I'm kind of in the middle
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
yes.
Okay, please play. Okay. All right. So, thank you. I want to direct your attention to this broken window. So nobody told you to break it. Nobody told you not to break it. Why'd you break it?
I wanted to establish communication and possibly use a taser or non-lethal option.
Okay, taser, maybe some spray of some kind you might have to sort of immobilize the person in there. Okay. Not non-lethal types of opportunities.
Well, to give us that option, yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. Was it? How tall are you, by the way?
6.
Is your intention to crawl through that broken out window?
At that moment.
Okay. You're gonna maybe open the door?
Possibly open the door.
Okay. But you never get a chance to even do that because of the gunfire.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Riccio?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Officer Rappa, I'm Terry Frank, I represent Trooper North. You just said that you couldn't open the door because of the gunfire. Is that what I heard?
No.
Okay. Did you try to open the door?
I believe I did try to open the door. It was locked. Or I observed the trooper try to open the door and it was locked ahead of time.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yep.
So I'm going to show you in a moment a portion of Exhibit 47, which is in evidence. Trooper Jackson was the trooper that was next to you. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You didn't know him at the time, right?
No.
Now you do.
Still don't really know him. But
Well, I'm sorry.
yeah, I know who he is. Yeah.
That's my poor question. You're aware that. Okay. Trooper Jackson had on a body-worn camera.
Yes.
West Haven, did they have a policy regarding body-worn cameras?
We did not have cameras at the time.
Okay. Is there a policy now?
We do have cameras now.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to watch a portion of Trooper Jackson's body-worn camera. I'm going to ask Attorney Slick to play it, and then I'm going to ask him to stop it at a certain point. Please watch the screen.
Okay.
Now, sir, Officer Rappa.
Yes.
Did you just see you in this video?
Yes.
Okay, and at the point that this video has been paused, can we agree that you've already tried to open the door of this white Hyundai Sonata, correct?
I did, yeah. Yes.
Now, you tried to open the door of that white Honda Sonata at least once, if not twice?
Yeah, I did.
Which would make it between 2 to 3 attempts.
Yes.
Now, the door was locked.
It was.
We later learned.
Yeah.
that if you're close enough to that car, on top of that car door, correct?
I'm very close to the car door.
Now, at this moment in time, this is, you used Trooper Jackson, who you later learned as Trooper Jackson's baton, to break that window, the right passenger. Prior to that, the windows were up, right? All four windows, as far as you knew, were up, right?
Yes.
Now the window's broken because you there's a clear path between an open window through shattering it. There's a clear path, unobstructed by a window, between you and the operator of that car, right?
There's no longer a window.
Correct. And you were so close to this car, and on 3 different occasions, you're trying to open it.
Yeah, we were all pretty close to the car at that point.
But you were the closest, were you not? At least on the passenger
I'm
side.
not sure if me or Jackson were. He was,
okay,
as you can see, right.
Fair enough. But we can agree that, again, 3 different occasions you're trying to open the door. Unsuccessfully, but you're trying to open the door, right?
Yes.
And the second and third time, the window is broken, otherwise known as it's open. I'll call it open because it's not closed. Or you have a shattered window with a clear path between the operator of that motor vehicle and you, right?
Yes.
Now, you had testified moments ago that the reason for breaking the window was to open up a line of communication.
That was part of it, yes.
That was part of it. Now, the operator, Mr. Soulemane, was unresponsive before the window was broken, correct?
Yes.
And you can't communicate with someone who's not responsive.
I thought we'd have a better chance with the window open, with able to try to speak and or, again, not use non-lethal.
Sure. And as you described, the environment it was loud, everybody's heart's racing, right? Because this is a
very stressful.
Right, very stressful situation. Police officers are asked to make split-second decisions based upon the information they have, right?
Yes, sir.
And you decided to break the window. Now, you didn't ask for anyone's permission. You just decided, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to break this window, right?
Yes, sir.
We know, well, withdraw. One of the things that I imagine police officers are trained is in a felony stop like this, if you can, try to extricate or remove the subject, right?
At some point.
At some point. And you can only, and really you could only do it if it's feasible, if it's safe to do, correct?
Yes.
So as you wrote in your police report that memorialized this incident, you stated, for everyone's safety, I wanted to remove the operator from the vehicle and had already observed the trooper on the passenger side of the vehicle attempt to open the passenger side front door using the door handle with no success. So in your report, you already, as you summarized it, for everyone's safety, I wanted to remove the operator. So according to your report, that is what your plan was.
At some point, yes.
Did say non-responsive, under the overpass, lying motionless. The car was actually still on, wasn't it?
I believe it was, yes.
This car, which wasn't his, he drove from Norwalk to West Haven, you later learned, correct?
And that he was in a high-speed pursuit on the highway.
Right. The Trooper North Fire and members of West Haven removed Mr. Soulemane from the car. The car continued to move, right?
It did.
The car was not Isn't it reasonable to think, gentlemen, who just drove from Norwalk to West Haven, wouldn't have thought twice about trying to drive away under that overpass if he had a chance?
Objection, Your Honor. He doesn't know what he would or would not have thought twice about. Objection.
I'll rephrase, please. The car had been in motion and in drive. The car was still in drive this entire episode that we're here for today. Because after Mr. Soulemane was
Correct.
and someone had to jump in the car to put it in park.
That's correct.
So isn't it true that as Mr. Soulemane was boxed in under this overpass, the car was still in drive?
Yes, I believe.
He didn't put the car in park.
No.
Removed from the vehicle.
Yes.
Nice front passenger window with a glass breaking device. I think it was attached to your knife.
Yeah, it was a cheap knife and it didn't work.
You then asked Trooper Jackson rather for his baton, and you used that. I took the baton out of the trooper's belt and struck the front passenger side window 7 times. Breaks. The trooper on the passenger side deployed his taser and waistband. Do you recall what hand
Both arms kind of went down towards like the center of his waistband.
Now, he had been unresponsive. Once you broke the window through the use of your baton, is it fair to say he became responsive?
I believe at the taser. Like I didn't see him move at all when I was hitting the window until as I'm clearing it, and then the taser, that's when it suddenly started to move.
Sure. And once the window broke, that's when he started to respond?
After the window broke.
After the window broke, exactly.
About basically right around the time the taser.
I think that if you just put yourself in Mr. Soulemane's position for a moment, it's fair to say breaking of window is loud.
It was very loud, yes.
The glass, the glass goes into the car. Became alert after the window was broken, right?
Yes.
And you believe that he was reaching for a weapon. You began to yell something to the effect of he was reaching for a weapon.
Yes.
You knew from the reports that you received that this white Hyundai Sonata, or the operator of the white Hyundai Sonata, had a knife. Is that the information you had? And you were there. The violent taking of a car, correct? So coming up on the scene, you assume there's a weapon given the nature of the and you don't know what you could have been confronted with. And heard the sound of gunshots coming from the driver's side of the Hyundai. So you were prepared, if the time had permitted, to go to lethal cover as well, correct? What you had observed was you observed Mr. Soulemane not privy to any of the Connecticut State Police communications, but you knew it was a carjacking that had happened. You believed he was reaching for something, and you felt as though you were in danger, correct?
So I backed up and was reaching for my firearm.
And you were going, if time had permitted, about to go to lethal cover. Partially due to the fact a clear unobstructed view between the driver of that motor vehicle and you?
I don't think the glass made a difference at that point, but
And can we agree from the video that we just saw that at the time that the weapon, that you were when his firearm was fired?
yeah, I was very close to it.
Now, this incident happened on January 15th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
I just reviewed with March 11th, 2020. Reflects whatever you had to review in order to make sure that you're to your testimony accurate. You knew that, and your plan was for everyone's safety and wanted to remove the operator from the vehicle. And in order to do that, had time allowed, you were going to enter that vehicle in order to extricate the operator.
It's possible, yes. Or try to give him his hands and work his way out to us.
But the only way to do that, theoretically, is unless the subject's going to come to you, you have to go to him. Correct?
It would have to be one of those two to get him out of the vehicle.
One of those two would have had to happen.
Yes.
And though it was a matter of moments, the subject in that vehicle wasn't coming to you, was it?
Not at that moment.
Meaning, and when I say that, I mean voluntarily. He wasn't voluntarily answering or granting officers' request to put the weapon down, get out of the car.
Not yet, not at that moment.
There wasn't enough time, sir, because between the moment you all arrived on scene and Trooper North firing his weapon was less than 1 minute, was it not?
It was very short, yes.
Very short. And it may have felt shorter than that, right?
Yeah, it felt very rapid.
Thank you, sir. No other question.
Everyone? Want to take a recess now, Your Honor?
Do you have brief?
Yeah, I have more than brief.
Okay, we'll take 15 minutes. Yeah, you just don't stay there.
Court is again in session. You may be seated. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Marshal. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Jury, please.
Stipulate to the jury. Defense will stipulate.
Thank you so much. Mr. Devlin.
Thank you. So Officer Rappa, could you slide forward a little bit so your microphone picks up your voice?
Yes, sir.
So let's talk a little about these felony stop procedures. That's part of police officer training, right? How to do a felony stop.
Yes.
Okay. And ideally, you're trying to use these notions of time, distance, and cover to do it safely, correct?
Yes.
And isn't the objective to, if you can, get operator of the car, people in the car to voluntarily exit the car and be in a position where the officer are behind them and get them in a position where they can be safely handcuffed?
Yeah, that would be ideal.
And so they're either on their knees or in a prone position or someplace where they're safe, the officers are safe, and that's how it's done, ideally.
If they would cooperate, yes.
Right. And, you know, when the car stopped, they'll put the windows down, put their hands outside the car so you can see their hands. All that are aspects of these proper felony stops, right?
Yes.
So you're familiar with the term de-escalation?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Just trying to de-escalate the situation, calm it down,
lower, reduce the intensity,
yes.
Try to create a situation where, you know, maybe you might get some cooperation from someone. Is that like a pathway to get cooperation?
De-escalating, yes.
Yes. Okay. So in other words, if someone is not voluntarily doing what you want them to do, maybe if you de-escalate the situation a bit, it might be a different story.
Yes.
Okay. So when this car is first stopped, and it's surrounded by other cars, it's surrounded by police officers, and they have their guns out and they're aiming it at the operator, and he is basically staring forward, motionless. Okay. He did not present a danger to anybody, did he?
Again,
Objection, Your Honor. First, there's been a lot of leading going on. It's leading.
That's true. This is direct examination, so
Okay, well,
redirect.
okay,
No, not just that one.
I got it. Did he present a danger to anybody?
At that point?
At that point.
I believe he did.
Okay. And was there an opportunity for de-escalation?
I don't know. I don't believe that at that point, de-escalating it to me was getting the window open to communicate and or using less than lethal.
Okay.
At that point, our only option would have been to use lethal without any access to using, OC spray or a taser or even, communicating.
You could have used OC spray, correct?
Well, once the window was
Once
open.
the window was open. You could have used another taser deployment. Even if the first one didn't work, the second one available on the taser gun, correct?
Yeah, most departments carry 2 cartridges.
Okay. So let me ask you about this car moving. Did you see the car gear shift in park? You see it?
I did not see it in park.
Okay. And do you know, did you see it in drive?
I did not see where it was.
You didn't see it either way? Okay.
I did not.
And so when Mr. Soulemane was removed from the car, his body was removed over the center console, correct?
That's correct.
And did his legs go over the area where the gear selector is?
Yeah, his whole body went over the center.
Right.
I'm not sure where the gear selector is, if it was on the column or in the center. I would have to look at the car.
Okay, all right. So we'll look at it in just a second. But with Attorney Riccio, you indicated that you believe the car was in drive all the time, that this whole thing was involving, but you didn't see it in drive, did you?
No, I did not see it in drive.
Okay. All right. And this, Attorney Riccio asked you about this clear, unobstructed path between Mr. Soulemane and you officers on the outside of the car. Remember those questions about that?
Yes.
What was between you and Mr. Soulemane, the driver's seat?
You mean the passenger compartment, like the front passenger seat area?
The passenger seat. There was a passenger door, correct?
Yes.
What else was there?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
What was there? A center console?
Yeah, there was a center console in the car.
I mean, we're talking about obstructions to a path between the driver and you also on the outside. Would you say all those were, to a greater or lesser extent, some kind of obstruction?
Yeah, they would be in the way.
Right. Okay. All right. So let's look at fighting on camera, Trooper Jackson, when Mr. Soulemane's this is after the shooting. He's removed from the car.
Okay.
Keep going. Go back just a little bit. Stop it, please. All right, so this Hyundai has a console in here. Do you see that, Officer Rappa?
Yes.
And is there a gear selector in the center of that?
I honestly can't tell from here. If you say there is, I'll take your word for
We
it.
have a picture, I think, to show.
Okay.
But go, play it more. Thank you. Stop. Keep going. Stop it. Go. Keep going. So, when this, if it is in the center, okay, we have a picture.
Okay. Yep. If you say it is.
When Mr. Soulemane's being removed from the car by you and Trooper Jackson, his body's being pulled across that area, correct?
Yes.
Can you go? It's only when you pulled out that the car starts rolling forward, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, you never saw the car's gear selector in any gear.
No, I cannot tell you where the gear selector was.
So, and you cannot say whether it was in drive this entire time that this incident happened, can you?
I cannot. No.
You can't say that. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Maybe when it's pulled out, the gear shift was put into drive, clicked into drive, and the car advanced forward.
Yeah, I guess that's possible.
Okay. Now, finally, you mentioned in response to Council's questions that, when you were approaching the car, you wanted to remove the operator from the car, correct?
At some point, yes.
Okay. Did you want to do that safely?
Yes.
Was it removing at any cost?
No, it's not at any cost.
Safely?
Yes.
Safely for the officers, safely for the driver?
That would be ideal, yes.
Right. Thank you. No further questions.
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Yep.
Sir, you're taught that try to do it the safe way, if possible, correct?
Correct.
If feasible, correct?
Yes. If you.
And Attorney Devlin had asked about de-escalation. De-escalation being a pathway of cooperation. You recall when he said that to you?
Yes.
The subjects are not always cooperative, are they?
That's correct.
So there isn't always this pathway to cooperation, correct?
That's correct.
You're taught, you hope that there's cooperation. You hope, as a police officer, that the subject does what you ask him or her to do, but that's not always the case, is it?
It is not.
Now, in this particular case, we're talking about a gentleman. I'm not going to go through what happened from Norwalk to West Haven, but we know that you knew, it's not what we knew, what you knew is what had happened from a report in Norwalk and then what you found yourself with, correct?
Yes.
The car, whether or not you saw the gear shift, point of the matter is the car kept moving, right?
It did move, yes.
Now, normally, generally speaking, I would say we've all driven a car in our lives. Generally speaking, in order to put a car in gear, isn't there generally a button or something that you got to push in order to move the gear from one gear to the next?
Yes.
And you didn't see Mr. Soulemane fiddling with the gear shift, right?
I did not.
Do you know who Officer Marquito is?
Yes.
He works for West Haven PD?
He does.
Isn't it true that Officer Marquito entered that car, shifted the car into park?
Yes.
And finally, sir, this talk again about obstruction, what was there an obstruction between you and Mr. Soulemane? If Mr. Soulemane withdrawn, there was no obstruction between Mr. Soulemane and you with that window being open, correct? I'll say it differently. Now that the window's broken, there's no glass there, right?
Yes, there's no glass in the window at that point.
So there's an unobstructed path between Mr. Soulemane and you, correct?
As opposed to the glass being there?
Right.
Yes, it's less obstructed now.
And while you would have wanted to get into that car to de-escalate or extricate, whatever we call it, time didn't permit that, correct?
No.
Because even by your own testimony, you felt after you saw Mr. Soulemane pull something from his waistband that you were in fear of death or serious physical injury, correct?
I was worried he was reaching for a weapon.
Thank you, sir.
When the window broke, there was less obstruction, not no obstruction. Isn't that right?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Well, there was less obstruction?
Well, there's a passenger door there, correct?
Wait a minute. Start again.
I guess I was confused because.
Right. Okay. So I'll just overrule it.
Okay.
And you can answer the question if we can. You want to give us the question back correctly, Mr. Devlin?
Attorney Recchio asked you about unobstructed path between yourself and the driver. You call that question?
Yes.
And you answered, well, the window wasn't there.
Correct. The window was not there at that point.
So my question to you was that the path wasn't unobstructed. It was less obstructed. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that sounds correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, with respect to this gear shift, do you know categorically that Hyundai automobile, you have to push a button to move the gear shift from one position?
I don't know anything about that.
You don't know. I mean, so,
Gear shift.
okay, thank you. No further questions.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next witness, Your Honor, and our final witness for the day is Detective Robert Fazzino.
So everybody please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or sign sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
May you please state your first and last name for the record?
Robert Fazzino,
May you please spell out your last name for the record?
Fazzino.
May you please state your badge number and your business address?
The badge number is 143, and my address is 200 Sawmill Road, West Haven, Connecticut.
Thank you, sir.
Go up to the mic. Thank you.
And if you could please slide up to that microphone, it'll help amplify your voice. Thank you. So by whom are you employed, sir?
The city of West Haven.
Okay, and what is your job there?
Detective in the street crime unit.
Okay, and directing your attention to January 15th, 2020, was that your position at that time?
Yes.
All right. And you, on that day, Wednesday, January 15th, 2020, what shift were you working?
4 to 12.
4 to 12. Okay, and that was with the street crime unit?
Correct.
Okay, and who were you working with in the street crime unit?
The other officers, you mean?
Yeah.
Sergeant Zwickler, Officer Rappa.
Okay. And at some point in and around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, did you join Sergeant Zwickler and Officer Rappa in their efforts to assist the state police in a pursuit of 95?
I did.
Okay, and what did you do?
We left the office. I got in my car and we drove up to the entrance ramp to 95 North.
Okay, and that was near which exit?
It's the on-ramp at exit 42 to go northbound.
42, okay. So you were, okay.
We went up there and waited because we knew the pursuit was coming.
Okay, and what happened there?
It went by us and stayed on 95.
Okay, so the lights and sirens of the police cars went by you and toward New Haven?
Correct.
Okay, and what happened after that?
We went up onto the highway, and then I was a little bit behind, but everything got off the next exit at 43.
Now, did you see that or did you hear that over distance?
I was behind Zwickler, a few car lengths behind Sergeant Zwickler, and when I don't even think I could see anybody anymore at that point except for him.
Okay.
So when he got over, I got over.
Right.
I might have heard it from dispatch too. I don't remember.
And so what happened when you went down the exit ramp?
We got to the bottom of the ramp, took a left, and everything was stopped under the overpass.
Okay, and what did you see? Who was where when you sort of exited your car?
When I got out, there was Sergeant Zwickler and Officer Rappa were on the right side of the white car. There was a trooper at the front of the car, and I think another trooper on the passenger side as well.
Okay, what happened next?
What did I do next?
What did you do next?
I got out of the car. I realized I was letting our dispatch know that the pursuit had stopped under the overpass because they didn't even know it stopped, I don't think. And then I think I saw a Rappa break the window, and then I heard the shots go off.
Okay. So with respect to Officer Rappa's conduct in breaking the window, was there any discussion among the police officers there, either before or during this incident, as to any plan to effectuate the arrest of the occupant?
I have no idea. I was by myself and I wasn't anywhere near them. So if there was, I wouldn't have been.
Well, you had a police radio, right?
I did. There was nothing on the radio, no.
Okay.
No.
And there wasn't any sort of like discussions, yelling back and forth, any kind of communication like that?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And did anybody order Rappa to break the window?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And so Rappa broke the window, and how soon after that did you hear the shots?
I mean, it was not, I don't know if it was exact seconds or anything like that, but it was fast. I don't know if it was 10 seconds, 20 seconds. I don't really remember how fast it was. I know it was right after it though.
Okay. And where were you in relation to these cars and stuff? Where were you when the shots went off? Did you, or just before that?
Towards the back. Towards my car at the back.
Okay. Back of the white car?
I think my car was like one car length back, and I think there was a state police cruiser, and I was kind of right there, if I remember correctly.
Okay. All right. In the moments before those shots went off, you were still in the back of that car in that vicinity that you just discussed?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Did you see anybody entering the car through a window?
Entering the
white car?
No.
Okay. So let's, and what happened after the shots were fired?
I got on the radio, told our dispatch the shots were fired, and I made sure they were already sent in the fire department, which I think they were.
For medical?
For medical, yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, let's just play Trooper Dolling's motor vehicle camera. Just play a clip from this motor vehicle camera. Detectives indicate where you are, show up in this video.
This exhibit 47 again?
47, yes, thank you. Apologize. Please stop it there. So is that the scene basically as you remember it in terms of the orientation of the cars?
Yeah, pretty much.
And the white car that you mentioned in your testimony, that's the one directly in front?
Correct.
Okay, please go ahead. And that's, please stop it. So the police officer here, do you know who that is?
I think that's Sergeant Zwickler,
And the police officer here next to the passenger side of the car, do you know who that is?
Officer Rappa.
I'll continue. Stop it. Now, is that you in the foreground of the picture?
That's me, yes.
Okay, so you're proceeding, to, as you mentioned in your testimony, to the back of the hunt. Continue, please. Stop it again for a moment. So you were not even, had no involvement in the breaking this window, right? That was done sort of on the other side of the car from you?
Correct.
Okay, play it, please. Okay, this is Trooper North Fire. And so you were still essentially to the left of the field of view of the camera?
I believe I'm back alongside where this camera angle is.
Yeah.
I think I'm alongside between my car and that car.
That car being a state police cruiser?
Between the state police cruiser that we're looking at the camera angle from,
Yep.
and I believe my car was just, there was a space in between the two cars, and I think I was right in between them.
And that was your point of view, your vantage point when Trooper fired the shots?
We're somewhere in that area.
Somewhere,
Yes.
okay, correct. Okay, thank you very much. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Afternoon.
You first learned about this on January 15th over the radio, correct?
Correct.
And your report reads that that radioed in that there was a pursuit as a result of a carjacking incident.
Correct.
Now, you're in the street crime unit, right?
Yes.
Carjacking incidents you've investigated?
Yes.
Carjacking, when you hear the term carjacking, it sort of presupposes some sort of violence?
Yes.
Presupposes that there's a weapon of some sort?
Yes.
Typically, a weapon is used in a carjacking?
The ones I've investigated, yes.
Now, so that's all you knew. This car is being pursued because of a carjacking, correct?
Correct.
And based upon that, you come upon the scene, and while you didn't participate, you knew at least, based upon the information you had at the time, that this pursuit was as a result of a carjacking, with the suspect very likely having a weapon, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Detective, you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So that exhausts the witnesses we have available today, Your Honor?
All right, you'll be ready to go in the morning?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, it appears that we're done for today. So, once again, please do not make up your minds, form any opinions about anything you've heard or seen here. Do not discuss any of this with anyone in particular among yourselves until the case is given to you. That'll be a little while yet. Don't seek out any information about the case or the people. Don't do any investigation, site visits, anything on the internet. And you do not answer what you believe to be press inquiries, and do not watch or listen to anything that seems to you to be like coverage of this matter right here. And then see you in the morning. Have a good night. I should put on the record, I have worked in the past professionally with Detective Fazzino. He's a West Haven police officer, which has a presence or had a presence on a federal task force that I worked on. It didn't occur to me really that he would actually be here, but I don't think it would affect anything that I have to do in this case.
No objection by the
Just want to bring it
I
up
have
to
no
you
issue.
guys. And, it's on the record. All right. Anything else before we leave?
I think, just for the court's information, the state's probably going to arrest this case tomorrow, within the 4 days that we talked about. So I think we're pretty much on schedule.
Do you have any idea before lunch you think you're going to arrest or not?
Probably after lunch.
Okay. All right. And then if that happens, aside from any motions or anything like that, will the defense have anything to do tomorrow afternoon?
Probably not. I would ask that we start Friday morning.
And are you in a position have you made a determination, or has your client made a determination as to whether or not he's intending to testify in this case?
We can report that tomorrow.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.